Hey guys, picture this. You stumble through a towering, dust-caked chateau at midnight, the air thick with moldy roses, and the faint growl of a creature that smells like a mix between wet fur and burnt toast. Yeah, it's basically your ex's gym socks after a spin class, but with claws. Before we dive in, smash that like button if you love twisted fairy tales, and drop a comment telling me where you'd hide if you heard a beast's sigh behind the pantry door. Dim the lights, grab a snack that isn't too buttery. The beast hates cholesterol, apparently. And let's slip into a story where a snarky enchantress trades beauty for a curse that feels like an endless Zoom call with no mute button. You'll hear the chandeliers shudder like old office fans. Feel the cold marble underfoot that whispers, "Welcome, dear," to your new airbnb, and wonder whether you'd rather face the beast's snarls or your mother's lecture on dating apps. So, are you ready to trade your flawless selfies for a night in a cursed mansion? Or will you scroll past like the modern prince who can't commit? Let's roll, because the only thing scarier than a temperamental beast is the truth behind the happily ever after, nestled in a quiet valley where the wildflowers sway like timid dancers, and the breeze carries the faint scent of rosemary and wood smoke. Young Belle lives a life unlike the usual village tales you hear in passing. Here, in this humble town, where dirt roads rattle under horse hooves and chatter echoes from cozy hearths, her days unfold amidst dusty books and gentle smiles. Belle's father, a scholarly sort with spectacles always perched crookedly on his nose, spends his hours conjuring wonders from ink and parchment, much to the amusement of neighbors who prize kindness more than the superficial gloss of beauty. The village, modest to the eye, holds a goldmine of hearts, where gossip favors the good deeds over appearances. A refreshing twist in any fairy tale that dares to be different, but peace, as fickle as a dandelion seed in the wind, rarely holds. One murky evening, with clouds thick as a woolen cloak blotting out the sky, Belle's father ventures past the valley's edge, drawn by duty and curiosity. The air grows chill, and the ground underfoot morphed from soft earth to jagged stones as he approaches a castle, if you can call it that, more fortress, less fairy tale palace. Its towers sag with centuries of neglect, walls cracked and veins crawling with ivy like nature's own fractal tattoo. Guarding this crumbling monolith is the beast, a grotesque figure straight out of a nightmare designed by a painter with a grudge against symmetry. Its breath reeking of damp fur and forgotten sorrow. Legend whispers like a stubborn ghost about this beast, the noble lord who once thrived within these towering walls, but fell victim to an ancient curse darker than the cellar beneath the village tavern on a stormy night. The story threads through the villagers' tales like a half-remembered song, a spell born from pride and heartbreak, twisting a man into a monstrous keeper of solitude and regret. The castle groans under this burden too, a creature itself, with flickering candlelight struggling to hold back the shadows that leap like hungry wolves along its cold stone corridors. For Belle, the grim reality of her father's capture is a sharp contrast to the heartfelt kindness she cherishes at home, turning her world upside down with the weight of this dread. Yet, even in this somber gloom festering with the scent of old leather and rotting wood, there lingers a secret, something flickering quietly beneath the beast's terrifying exterior. Like embers waiting for a breath of wind, Belle senses it, that hidden beauty buried under coarse fur and claws, much like the dusty tomes filled with forgotten magic her father loved. Sacrifice breathes life into this tale, a word heavy with the scent of wilted roses and dawn's melancholy light, where hearts will be tested and the true measure of courage revealed. The castle, once a prison of sorrow, might yet be a forge for something as rare and strange as hope itself. And so begins a tale spun not from the glittering gold of princess crowns, but from the grit and grime of real struggle, a story where love's light dances with fear, and where appearances lie like tricksters in the shadows. Belle, armed with nothing but her wit and an unyielding heart, steps across the threshold into the unknown, the sound of her footsteps echoing like a challenge in the ancient halls. This is no fairy tale you'll find whispered at bedtime, but a vivid saga bursting with the scent of sweat, tears, and the soft glimmer of courage glowing in the dark. Here in the cursed castle, the stage is set for a journey that will redefine what it means to see and to be seen. With a heart pounding louder than a blacksmith's hammer, Belle stepped through the towering iron gates of the castle, trading the warm light of her village for the shadowy unknown. The air inside was thick with a mix of damp stone and something sweeter roses, but not the kind you'd find in a grandmother's dusty vase. These roses shimmered with an eerie glow, their petals glowing faintly like tiny rubies dipped in moonlight. Belle's footsteps echoed against cold marble as she wandered deeper, her breaths catching whenever a rose's enchanted scent brushed her skin. Sharp and intoxicating, it felt less like a garden and more like a secret waiting to spill its dark stories into the night. Then, from a tangle of thorns and midnight shadows, the beast appeared as suddenly as a thunderclap on a quiet day. His eyes, fierce and wild like a storm at sea, softened for a moment when they met Belle's steady gaze. This creature, as covered in hair and scars as a forgotten woodland troll, could easily be mistaken for a walking nightmare. Yet beneath that monstrous snarl was a heart that beat lonely tunes. The castle's silence cracked around them, the tension thick like gravy on a winter stew. Belle's bravery was a flicker candle against the dark. But the beast's presence was a roaring bonfire she'd have to confront if she wanted to save her father. The rose garden itself whispered secrets with every breeze, petals rustling like soft voices sharing forbidden tales. Without warning, a gust sent a shower of petals swirling like blushing ghosts, painting the cold ground in red and pink confetti. Belle knelt, gathering a handful, the softness a stark contrast to the thorns pricking her palms, leaving tiny beads of blood behind. The scent was maddeningly sweet, a perfume both enchanting and cruel, as if these roses had tasted sorrow and stored it in their bloom. She realized, with a shiver, that these flowers were not just decoration. They were the castle's heartbeat, fragile and guarded by that fearsome beast. Despite the beastly grumble and the occasional growl that shook the stone walls, there was a reluctant civility brewing between them, a fragile accord woven from mutual need and quiet curiosity. Belle's sharp tongue met the beast's gruffer one, their words clashing like swords that didn't quite find their mark. Humor flickered unexpectedly, a wry joke about the beast's haircare routine, which involved more gnashing than shampoo, broke some of the tension, though mistrust still lingered like dust in forgotten corners. Each reluctant shared glance pulled one thin thread tighter in their fragile connection. An ancient dance of fear and hope set against a backdrop of blooming roses and broken spells. As twilight bled into night and stars pricked the velvet sky outside, the castle's rose garden folded into a quiet sanctuary, a place where even monsters might dream of kindness. Belle, her dress dusty and her spirit bruised but unbroken, lingered where thorns and petals met, knowing this strange kingdom might hold the key to her father's fate. The beast watched her, that accomplished grump with a hidden, aching heart, caught off guard by the courage and light that refused to bow. In this tangled garden of magic and mistrust, a seed of something new and delicate took root, even if it trembled like a candle flame in a fierce wind. After all, isn't that how the best fairy tales begin? With a rose, a riddle, and a really weird new roommate. Days drifted by like leaves on a slow river as Belle delved deeper into the castle's enchanted library, a place where dusty tomes whispered secrets, and the scent of old parchment mingled with faint traces of lavender and something faintly metallic, perhaps the memory of forgotten spells. The walls were lined with towering shelves that seemed to reach the clouds, their wood dark and gnarled, as if grown rather than built. Every book Belle pulled was a portal. Weathered leather spines cracked open stories of sorrow and regret, of wild magic and cursed princes, painting a picture-less fairy tale and more tragic epic. It was like binge-watching a centuries-old Netflix drama but with less popcorn and more dust mites. Each page turned was a small rebellion against loneliness, a tether to a world beyond the cold stones and echoing halls. Among the volumes, Belle uncovered the beast's past, tales told with a bitterness that made her heart ache. Once a proud prince, he'd been cursed by a spiteful enchantress, whose magic struck like a bolt of storm-laden lightning, twisting him into a creature no mirror dared reflect. The spell held cruel conditions. Only through love's true acceptance could he break free. A catchminus 22 that felt like cosmic irony for a man already trapped in his own wrath. The library, it seemed, wasn't just a sanctuary of knowledge, but a crypt of unhealed wounds, its silence humming with the weight of regret. Belle felt her resolve stiffen. Here was no simple curse, but a knot of anguish and hope tangled tightly. Yet the beast's temper remained as volatile as a summer thunderstorm, crashing through peaceful moments like a bull in an enchanted china shop. His roar could shake the flames in the hearth to flicker wildly. His mood swings were so fierce Belle sometimes half expected a lightning bolt to shoot from his claws. These outbursts tested her patience like a particularly stubborn puzzle, one where the pieces snapped and hissed when forced. Still, with a strange sort of stubborn grace, she learned to navigate his moods, stepping lightly through the tempestuous halls. The castle's magic seemed to respond to her calm steadiness, softening the edges of the angry growls into something almost human. Each shared moment in the library became a delicate dance, mixing frustration, fascination, and fleeting glimpses of tenderness. Belle found herself sitting cross-legged on the polished oak floor, reading aloud riddles from ancient grimoires while the beast listened, his eyes less wild, more vulnerable. The flicker of candlelight illuminated whispered stories, their voices blending with the crackling fire, as if the castle itself leaned in to listen. They discovered that even in a place so cold and forbidding, wonder could bloom like a stubborn winter rose beneath frost-bitten branches. In these moments, the monstrous veneer peeled away, revealing cracks through which light awkward, hesitant, but real could shine. At times, Belle wondered if the beast's furious outbursts were his way of testing her, like some awkward medieval version of a romantic dramas. Will they, won't they? Complete with grunts and growls, instead of witty repartee. The castle's enchanted library was their battleground and their sanctuary, a place where magic bound them together in unexpected ways. For all its musty corners and echoing silence, the room was alive with the fragile magic of two souls slowly learning to trust. Belle, with a wry smile, thought perhaps love was less about roses and more about patience through ruffled fur and cracked leather spines. It was not the tale she'd ever expected, but maybe, just maybe, the story worth living. The clock struck midnight, with a clang so sharp it could slice through the thickest castle gloom. And with it came a storm of rage and magic. The jealous enchantress, her eyes burning like twin volcanoes, tore through the grand doors as if they were paper, her wrath fueled by centuries-old spite. Shadows danced violently against the stone walls, crackling spells sparking like wildfire in the midnight air. The beast, caught unawares, and caught in armor that betrayed him, staggered back, a deep crimson bloom spreading across his chest, where a dark arrow had found its mark. The once mighty roar of the castle's protector now came out as a ragged gasp, echoing painfully through the vast halls, as the curse loomed dangerously close to sealing its fate for good. In the flickering candlelight, Belle's heart hammered like a war drum, each beat a frantic plea against the creeping despair. The castle, usually a sanctuary of whispered secrets and gentle creaks, now felt like a haunted labyrinth of torment and doubt. She stood at the crossroads between flight and fight. Her instincts screamed to flee, to escape the poison breath of death hovering over the beast's trembling body. But behind that, fear lurked something fiercer, a stubborn ember of hope that refused to be snuffed out. Belle's hands trembled, yet reached out, touching the rough, ragged fur soaked in blood, as if willing life to flood back into his battered form. The air thickened with a tension so palpable it tasted like iron and old coins, the kind you find in cursed treasure chests or ancient tombs. Belle's mind raced, wrestling with memories of laughter and light, desperate to eclipse the looming shadow of loss. The enchantress circled like a vulture, her voice dripping venom, taunting Belle with the promise of an endless curse. Stay and lose him forever. Run and save yourself. But this was no fairy tale with a neat escape hatch. With every sobering breath the beast dragged, Belle felt the crushing weight of a choice that could shatter both their worlds or save them anew. Summoning courage she didn't know she possessed, Belle refused to bow to despair. She gathered herbs from the shadowed shelves and whispered ancient remedies, her fingers bleeding as she fought against time and fate. The beast's eyes flickered, a fragile shimmer like the last star before dawn, and when he squeezed her hand, it was a lifeline and a challenge all at once. This wasn't just healing flesh, it was a battle for souls, a showdown that felt equal parts heartbreak and hilarity. Because, let's face it, who else gets to say they've nursed a cursed monster back to health in the dead of night while dodging evil spells? Belle's love was a flame that danced and roared, wild and unpredictable, lighting their way out of darkness. As dawn clawed its way into the sky, the enchantress shrieked in frustration, her dark magic unraveling like a cheap Halloween decoration. The beast, breath shallow but steady, met Belle's weary smile, a promise woven from pain, hope, and unyielding love. The castle, scarred and bruised, seemed to breathe a tentative sigh of relief as sunlight spilled over battered stones and shattered dreams. Belle's choice had ripped apart the night's terror and stitched a new dawn where love wasn't just a fairy tale. It was the fiercest magic of all, stubborn and stubbornly real. And if you asked the castle servants later, they might say it was the best midnight show they'd ever witnessed. No magic ticket required. In the cold, shadowed halls of the castle, something remarkable stirred, a gentle warmth bursting through years of gloom, like the first timid crocus cracking through winter ice. Belle's unwavering kindness seeped into the beast's heart, melting the thick frost of bitterness and loneliness that clung to his soul like a stubborn barnacle. With every patient word and selfless act, she whispered hope into the dark corners where his humanity had long been asleep. And slowly, almost reluctantly, the beast's eyes flickered with something tender and familiar. It was as if the castle itself held its breath, waiting for this long-awaited moment when love could finally throttle the curse's grip. Then, in a spectacle that would make even the most seasoned pyrotechnician jealous, the castle burst into life. Walls, once gray and grim, blushed with blooming ivy and radiant blossoms. Chandeliers blazed back to life, scattering glittering light like 1,000 fireflies caught mid-dance. The smell of fresh jasmine and damp earth mingled in the air, an intoxicating perfume that erased the stale scent of neglect and despair. Even the once creaky floorboards seemed to hum a joyous tune, shaking off their dust in celebration. It was a renaissance fit for Instagram, if only there had been Wi-Fi in those enchanted times. And then, as the clocks chimed their magical hour, the beast's hulking form began to shimmer and shift, fur retreating like a morning mist, dissolving under the sun's gaze. His claws folded into hands, his snout softened into the handsome contours of a prince long hidden beneath layers of monstrous disguise. Clothes that had been tattered and tragic now draped him like he'd stepped off the cover of a fairy tale romance novel, though thankfully not one with excessive corsets or impractical armor. The transformation was as much a reveal of the man within as a balm for the wounds time and pain had inflicted. Belle, heart pounding and cheeks flushed with a mix of disbelief and joy, found herself gazing upon the prince not as a symbol of cursed isolation, but as a reflection of the deeper beauty she had come to cherish. His eyes twinkled with gratitude and a fledgling hope, the kind that builds a bridge between two souls daring to dream beyond their circumstances. Together, they were more than the sum of a monstrous past and a fairy tale destiny. They were partners, equals, united by trials and triumphs that no spell could erase. Their laughter echoed through the castle, a sound sweeter than any enchanted bell or royal fanfare. When Belle returned to her village, it was with a story the townsfolk wouldn't soon forget, a romantic saga to rival even the most outrageous ballads sung in the taverns, hand in hand with the transformed prince, who now embodied both the nobility of spirit and the charm of a polished royal. She stepped forward as a heroine who looked victory, not to mention love, dead in the eye. The villagers, once wary of the shadowed castle on the hill, now beamed with hope and curiosity, eager to witness this new chapter filled with laughter, forgiveness, and real, messy humanity. And so, the legend spun on, not just of a beast tamed, but of a love that dared to break the darkest curse and blossom in the light. In the grand hall of Alinor of Aquitaine's court, where tapestries swayed like flags caught in a gentle storm, young Sir Roland knelt before his lord, the heavy scent of roasting boar mingling with the sharp tang of spilled ale. The clatter of armor and murmurs of courtiers faded into the background as he swore his fealty, his voice steady, but his heart ambushing him with rhythm like a minstrel's frantic lute. All eyes were on duty and honor, on oaths sealed with the clang of steel and promises that felt as heavy as the iron on his wrists. Yet, beneath the armored shell of duty, a spark flickered, a bright, secret light sparked by the subtle glance of Lady Isabel, whose beauty was like the first bloom in a frozen garden, distant but achingly alive. Lady Isabel moved like a breeze weaving through the stone halls, her silken gown whispering secrets to the tapestries as she passed. Her eyes, those mischievous emerald pools, caught Sir Roland's quick, almost guilty stares, a game of cat and mouse that set his cheeks burning hotter than the torches that lined the chamber. For Roland, the old songs of chivalry suddenly felt insufficient. Honor alone couldn't explain the wild thrumming in his chest whenever she was near. Love, that unruly beast, was entering the court uninvited, turning the solemn ritual of knighthood on its head like a jester crashing a king's feast. It was a new kind of quest, one not for glory or gold, but for a gaze and a smile that might melt the coldest steel. The ideals of chivalry had long been the backbone of knighthood. A knight protected the weak, served his lord, and upheld justice with unwavering resolve. But something was shifting in that lively court. Love was no longer a mere footnote or a convenient metaphor tucked between battles and banquets. Suddenly, the way a knight could honor a lady's beauty and virtue without brandishing a sword became a matter of great importance and whispered counsel. It was as if knights began to realize their oaths weren't only about fighting dragons and jousting, but also about navigating the treacherous, uncharted waters of the heart. This shift would become known as courtly love, where passion and protocol danced an awkward, intoxicating waltz. Sir Roland, with his armor still clinking softly, felt the weight of this new code press upon his soul like the rough silk of a lover's hand, a strange and thrilling discomfort. The court buzzed with poetry, songs, and stolen glances, turning battle-hardened knights into bumbling troubadours who stumbled over words like mice in a cheese cellar. One could almost imagine them awkwardly quoting verses like confused heroes in a medieval rom-com, utterly flustered by the power of a simple lady's gaze. Meanwhile, Elena herself watched with a knowing smile, the grand puppeteer orchestrating a social spectacle that blurred the lines between duty and desire, power and passion. So, amid the clanging of swords and the rustling of silk, Sir Roland's story marked the dawn of something profoundly human in a world ruled by iron and protocol. The rise of courtly love promised that beneath the knight's stoic veneer beat a heart capable of trembling, longing, and hope, sometimes painfully awkward, sometimes exquisitely beautiful. That day, the grand court didn't just witness an oath sworn to a lord, but the subtle, seismic shift of love stepping forward from the shadows to steal the spotlight. And in that fleeting moment, the gaze of a lady became as mighty and transformative as a knight's sworn blade, forever changing the shape of medieval Europe's romantic landscape. Imagine a dusty road winding through the patchwork of medieval Europe, where troubadours, those charismatic, wandering poets, carried more than just lute strings and parchment. Their voices rippled like the morning breeze, spreading songs of Sir Roland, a knight whose heart beat wildly for a lady more elusive than the morning mist. These tales weren't your typical war chants. They sang of burning glances, stolen moments, and a love that mocked the thick armor of duty. The scent of roasting meats mingled with the rough leather of saddles as villagers paused to listen, captivated by verses that painted love not as a prize, but as a thorny, tantalizing quest. Roland himself was no stranger to this romantic storm brewing within his breast. Each day, he donned steel and helmet, stepping into the brutal, muddy chaos of battlefields, where throats could be slit as easily as ribbons. Yet inside, his mind tangled with thoughts of longing, the secret adoration for a lady who remained frustratingly out of reach, as if fate enjoyed tossing a jest his way. He stood at the crossroads between his honor as a warrior, demanded by feudal lords with grim stares, and the wild, unruly desire that troubadour songs seemed to awaken like a stubborn fever. It was the medieval equivalent of a soap opera, except with more chainmail and fewer commercial breaks. The troubadours, masters of exaggeration and subtle innuendo, delighted in swirling Roland's dilemma into their verses. Their poetry dripped with vivid images, moonlit gardens where sighs floated like incense, and whispered promises that tasted sweeter than the mead in their cups. Each ballad spun a new thread in the tapestry of courtly love, a strange code where worshipping from afar became an art, and suffering was worn like a badge of pride. The crowds, smelling the smoky fire and feeling the cold bite of night air, drank in these portrayals romance as a game of patience. A bittersweet melody played out under starlight, yet beneath the romantic veneer lurked a tangled web of tension, a knight's loyalty to king, and clan pulling hard against the soft lure of personal desire. Roland's hands, calloused and bloodied from battle, itched to clutch a sword, not a sonnet, but his heart had begun to script verses of its own, penned in whispered moments and stolen glances. The very rules of feudal society seemed caught in a tug-of-war with these budding feelings, turning love into a battlefield, rivaling any fought with steel and shield. The irony was delicious in a world ruled by rigid allegiance. It was the unpredictable chaos of love that threatened to knock even the mightiest warrior off balance. So the troubadours marched on, their voices echoing through castle halls and village squares, like the medieval version of a viral TikTok, but with more bardic flair and fewer dance moves. They celebrated the maddening beauty of longing that refused to be tamed. And in doing so, they shaped a new cultural rhythm where love and duty danced a complicated pas de deux. Roland's internal struggle became legend, not just for his battlefield heroics, but for wrestling openly with the messy chaos of the heart. Through songs that made listeners laugh, sigh, and occasionally choke on their ale, the age of courtly love was born, messy, passionate, and gloriously imperfect, much like life itself. In the shadowy halls of medieval abbeys, the clergy sharpened their tongues sharper than a bishop's crozier, denouncing the dizzyingly new craze of courtly love as little more than a frivolous distraction. They scowled at the idea of knights serenading ladies with flowery sonnets instead of repelling marauding invaders. After all, love, they proclaimed, was meant for marriage and producing heirs, not for moonlit dreams. The scent of burning candles mingled with the faint must of damp stone walls, as sermons thundered against these effeminate trifles. Yet, beneath their disapproving gaze, something far less tidy was blossoming. Whispers, quick glances, and secret meetings in the most unlikely of places. It was a rebellion dressed not in armor, but in poetry and stolen moments. And the abbey's garden would soon bear witness to a kind of battlefield that even swords dared not enter. Roland, a knight whose armor clanked like a marching band gone rogue, found himself tangled in the throes of a love scandal that would have made even the monks raise their eyebrows. Isabel, with eyes like storm clouds on a summer evening and laughter that could soften the sternest abbot, met him beneath the veil of night in the abbey's overgrown garden. The scent of wet earth and blooming wildflowers wrapped around them as they exchanged whispered vows, their words rustling like conspiratorial leaves. The moon, a silent accomplice, cast silver shadows that danced on the crumbling stone statues, making the scene part romantic epic, part clandestine farce. Their meetings were a defiant melody against a choir of disapproval, and every stolen embrace fanned the flames of devotion and impending disaster. Of course, the clergy's outrage was as loud as a cathedral bell tolling the hour of judgment. They thundered from pulpits, warning of moral decay, shaking fingers as if casting out demons, and accusing courtly love of undermining the social order like a jester with too much freedom. The very notion of love outside arranged marriages was scandalous enough to make a maiden blush. Imagine the chaos if knights abandoned their oaths for flowery verses. Yet irony dripped from every sermon. While the clergy condemned the emotion, many secretly envied the passion that courtly love inspired, a spark missing from their cloistered lives. In response, our star-crossed lovers grew bolder, their secret garden rendezvous transforming from furtive trysts to defiant celebrations of feeling. The abbey garden itself played a starring role in this medieval romance thriller, wild and unruly. It was a tangle of thorny bushes, fragrant herbs, and the odd stray cat that hissed at midnight intruders. The dampness of late spring clung to leaves like a lover's sweat, and the mud beneath their boots squelched with every hurried step. Here, among rustling branches and the faint buzzing of night insects, Roland and Isabel carved out a sanctuary from the weighty gaze of the church and society. Each whispered word seemed to lift the dense fog of expectation, replacing it with a fragile but fierce hope. Their love, like the garden itself, was both beautiful and bramble-strewn, a challenge to the tidy rules of their world. As rumors of the garden assignations swirled like autumn leaves caught in a gust, scandal blossomed faster than the abbey's notoriously overgrown roses. Nobles whispered, the clergy fumed, and common folk gossiped. After all, medieval tabloids might not have existed, but a juicy secret spread faster than any bard's tale. Yet amidst the uproar, Roland and Isabel found their passion deepening, transforming from a reckless spark into a steady flame that refused to be snuffed out by duty or dogma. Their love story, embroidered with defiance and whispered promises, challenged the very fabric of medieval society, hinting that perhaps, just perhaps, love didn't always have to be a battlefield. It could be its own kind of revolution. The air hung thick with dust and anticipation as banners snapped in the brisk breeze over the tournament grounds, where nobles and peasants alike gathered like moths drawn to the flame of spectacle. Roland, clad in shining armor that caught the sunlight like a mirror, stepped forward not with a lance, but with words sharp as any blade. His voice rang out clear and bold, declaring his love for Isabel before the entire court, a move as daring as jousting a dragon while blindfolded. You could almost hear the collective intake of breath, the metallic clang of swords resting in scabbards, suddenly feeling heavier as all eyes turned toward the unfolding drama. Isabel's betrothed, Lord Geoffrey, was no fool. He was lined with the kind of arrogance that comes from never having met a challenge he couldn't crush under his heel. The moment roulade of Roland's confession crashed upon him like a rude minstrel's tune. His eyes narrowed to slits, nostrils flaring like a bull in a crowded market. The tension was so thick you might have sliced it for a medieval stew, rich with jealousy, honor, and a soupçon of mortal peril. It wasn't long before dark whispers wound through the crowd, seasoning the excitement like a chef with a pinch of scandal and a dash of impending violence. When Lord Geoffrey issued the challenge to a duel, the tournament grounds transformed from gleeful festival to a coliseum of clashing metal and pounding hearts. The crowd hushed to listen to the scrape of boots, the creak of leather, and the metallic clang that sent occasional sparks flying. The deadly dance of steel meeting steel, smells of sweat, sweat-drenched horses, and roasted meats mingled in the air, reminding everyone that beneath all this chivalry was raw, messy human passion and ambition. Roland's grip tightened on his sword hilt, the cold steel a stark contrast to the fire roaring in his chest, fueled equally by love and the looming shadow of defeat. The duel blazed like a fever, swords slicing air in a flash of silver, dust rising like dragons from the ground with every stomp and strike. Roland parried and lunged as though each movement wrote a sonnet in battle, while Geoffrey's brutal strength powered blows that could fell trees, or in this case, the fate of their intertwined souls. The crowd gasped and cheered in unpredictable waves, caught between horror and exhilaration, like they were watching the medieval version of a gladiator match, but with extra romance and none of the popcorn. Eventually, Roland's skill and passion found their mark, forcing Geoffrey to yield, his pride swallowed like unpleasant gruel. With the clash decided, the murmurs of skepticism about courtly love began to dissolve into cheers, as if the duel had not only determined a champion, but paved a new path for noble hearts to follow. Roland's proclamation and victory whispered through the halls and taverns alike, inspiring troubadours to pen verses and scribes to lift quills with renewed fervor. The tournament of hearts, it seemed, was anything but a mere spectacle. It was the moment when love stepped out from behind the veil of tradition and into the bitter sunlight of nobility's embrace. And for Isabel, Roland, and all who dared to love in such bold daylight, the medieval world suddenly felt a little richer, a little wilder, and a lot more alive. When Roland's horn finally fell silent, it was more than just a battlefield lament. It became a thunderclap that shook the very soul of medieval Europe. His sacrifice, soaked in the thick, coppery scent of blood and smoke, echoed in the minstrels' songs that danced through castle halls and village squares alike. Courtiers and commoners alike leaned close, drawn to tales not just of heroic might, but of delicate devotion, of fierce loyalty wrapped in the sweet agony of unrequited passion. Suddenly, courtly love wasn't some dusty, elusive ideal. It was the heartbeat of chivalry itself, spun into vibrant, aching music and poetry that made even the grisliest nights soften a little by immortalizing Roland's passion and pain. Chroniclers unknowingly set a cultural cornerstone that would outlast even the oldest kings and crumbling stone keeps. As the story spread, it turned the stiff collars of knightly armor into something almost lace-like, softened by longing and delicate gestures. Ladies of the court, surrounded by the smell of beeswax candles and freshly baked bread, received timid sonnets that fluttered like captive birds, each line a carefully crafted weapon sharper than any sword. Irony dripped from every stanza as knights played the role of starry-eyed poets, while still accidentally crushing goblets or tripping over their own horses' hooves in their nervousness. Courtly love became a dazzling, almost theatrical performance, where the agony of love was worn as proudly as a knight's badge, proving that sometimes heartbreak was the highest honor. It was as if Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet had crashed a medieval party a few centuries early, or at least their ghost did. This tradition didn't just linger in quiet ballads. It exploded onto the medieval stage like a troubadour with a death wish. Writers and poets took up their quills with a fiery zeal, painting epic portraits of lovers pining in moonlit gardens, their whispered promises almost tangible beneath the tangled ivy and dripping stone walls. The air was thick with the scent of wet moss, crushed petals, and the slightly sour tang of wine-stained lips. Every line of verse pulsed with the electric charge of forbidden desire, inspiring a whole generation to dazzle their beloveds with grand gestures and handwritten declarations. Even monks, surrounded by the musty smell of ancient tomes, couldn't resist slipping these stories into illuminated manuscripts, making courtly love an art form everyone, holy or not, could appreciate. Yet, for all its beauty and drama, courtly love was not without its deliciously gritty underbelly. Behind the perfume and poetry lay a complex web of social maneuvering, jealousy, and scandal. Imagine the medieval version of a reality TV drama, complete with secret rendezvous and overheard confessions from the tapestries, the scent of sweat and leather on a midnight horse ride mingled with the faint whisper of silken gowns rustling, as lovers tried desperately not to get caught. This dance of discretion and desire fueled gossip hotter than a blacksmith's forge, proving that love's legacy carried not just sweetness, but a sharp edge of danger and excitement. Such vivid contrasts only deepened the allure, making courtly love a thrilling, messy human experience rather than a mere fairy tale. Roland's tale, stitched into this vibrant tapestry of love and loss, became more than a story. It morphed into a living legend that inspired poets, minstrels, and starry-eyed lovers for centuries to come. From the flickering glow of candlelit study chambers to the clamorous feasts where armor clanged against goblets, the legacy of the lover's code whispered on, ever enchanting and evolving, like a timeless playlist that never skips a beat. Courtly love kept beating at the heart of medieval culture, reminding everyone that beneath the armor, behind the battles, humans longed desperately and brilliantly for connection. So next time you hear a love song or read a sweet, wistful poem, tip your hat to Roland and his horn, because somewhere deep in that melody lies the spirited birth of what we now call romance. In the forgotten depths of 17th century France, where the cobblestones end and wild shadows begin, lies Saint Marcel, a village so small it could be missed by a careless breeze, clinging to the edge of a vast, ancient forest known simply as the Whispering Woods. The villagers live with a nervous respect, as if the trees themselves were watching and waiting. The air here tastes of damp earth and pine needles crushed underfoot, while distant howls slice through the night like a grim lullaby. Tales of a beast, a creature neither fully seen nor understood, drift through the village like smoke from the chimneys, part warning, part prayer, and wholly unsettling. This beast, they say, stitches fear and fertility into the very soul of the woods, its legend tangled like briars in every whispered conversation. Eloi, the shepherd, knows the woods the way one knows the back of a stubborn mule, intimately, and with a touch of grudging affection. His days begin before dawn's first yawn, coaxing sheep from tangled thickets where the sun plays hide and seek with shadows. Unlike Eloy's simple world of wool and grass, Madame Browse, the village herbalist, shuffles through that same forest with a basket of roots and leaves, brewing potions that smell of moldy cellar and sharp honey. She's a sprite of knowledge in a world heavy with superstition, her sharp tongue often wagging as fiercely as the village gossip. Together, they embody the village's uneasy balance between old fears and ancient remedies, both tangled up in the forest's dark heartbeat. Then there is Pierre Luc, the monk whose curiosity could rival a cat's, which, as any folklore enthusiast might remind you, is infamous for its 9 lives and 11 more plot twists, with rosary beads tucked into his belt and ink-stained fingers from endless scribbling. He's drawn to the beast's legend like a moth to flame, or more accurately, like a medieval scholar to a juicy heresy. Pierre Luc walks the edge of faith and folklore, his prayers muttered alongside jabs of skepticism, searching for meaning amid the supernatural murmurings. The woods, with their rustling secrets and sudden snap of twig, seem to mock him, reminding all who dare enter that the line between truth and myth is as thin as a spider's silk. The villagers' whispers lace the air like cobwebs, dense and sticky, telling of eyes that gleam in the moonlight and paw prints too large for any bear. The beast isn't just a monster, it's a symbol, a mirror reflecting the wild terrors and desires gnawing at the village's heart. Mothers clutch their children close, and old men spit tobacco as they recall times when fertility was a blessing granted or cursed by the whims of creatures unseen. The whispering woods bristle with unseen life, its rustling leaves sounding like voices, some sweet, some sinister, offering riddles the villagers dare not answer out loud. In Saint Marcel, the unknown isn't simply feared, it is revered, a dark pulse beneath everyday life. As night spreads its ink-black cloak, the 3 figures Eloy with his steadfast calm, Madame Browse with her sharp-smelling herbs, and Pierre Luc with his relentless questions, find their paths tangled not only with each other, but with the legend itself. Each step they take beneath the gnarled boughs pulls them deeper into a story, thick with superstition, survival, and strange hope. In a place where the border between the seen and unseen blurs like a drunkard's vision, the beast is more than myth. It is the living breath of Saint Marcel, echoing through the whispering woods, and whispering back to all who dare listen, like a dark fairy tale rewritten in blood, fear, and a pinch of forest dirt. These woods beckon, promising secrets for those brave or foolish enough to seek them. As the sun dipped low and the golden wheat swayed like an impatient crowd, a chilling howl pierced the twilight, sharp wild and hauntingly familiar. The villagers, clattering their tools to a halt, exchanged nervous glances. The beast had been spotted skulking near the fields once more. Its shadow, a monstrous silhouette against the dying light, seemed to swallow whole patches of ripening grain, leaving an eerie silence where cicadas once thrummed. The earthy scent of trampled wheat mixed with a damp, musky odor smoke, and something wilder exhaling from the beast's lair like a breath of doom. Night after night, their cursed serenade echoed, promising both terror and a harvest that would twist on the knife edge of survival. Crops began to wither as if touched by a spiteful hand, yellowing leaves curling like desperate fingers toward an unforgiving sky. The villagers' murmurs grew louder, thick with panic and blame. Some swore the beast was a gluttonous monster who feasted on their fields, leaving famine in its bloody wake. Others, less inclined toward superstition, but equally hungry, whispered that this creature was a divine executioner, the grim arbiter punishing their greed and carelessness. Suspicion fermented faster than autumn cider, making friends eye each other like rival wolves, and igniting old grudges between peasantry and lord. The serfs grumbled that their master cared more for shiny coins than plump bellies, while the lord grumbled back that lycanthropy was a poor excuse for unpaid tithes. Into this tempest stepped Aloy, a young farmhand with fewer teeth than sense, carrying nothing but an old lantern and an inquisitive spirit. He had noticed something peculiar, strange markings traced across the beast's coarse fur, curling like ancient tattoos or cryptic runes. These were no mere scratches, but symbols steeped in forgotten tales, signs of old pagan rites, wild magic, or curses older than the cobblestones of the village square. Intrigued and terrified, Aloy felt the weight of history settle upon his shoulders, as though the beast was not just a monster, but a messenger from a time when gods and beasts danced too close to mortal lives. His discovery deepened the mystery, turning whispers into legends and fear into fascination. Meanwhile, the nights grew colder, and the wind carried the scent of damp earth and rotting stalks, painting the fields with a sinister breath that no hearth fire could chase away. The villagers took to wearing charms of garlic and iron, though laughing in secret that the iron was better saved for plowshares, not superstition. Old Maud, the village crone with a penchant for remedies and wild tales, insisted the beast was less a creature and more a spirit bound by ancient laws, punishing those who forgot the sacred balance of granting thanks to the land. Between the howls, the crickets, and the hammering of anxious hearts, the village felt the tension twist tighter, a fragile rope between survival and despair, fraying with every shadow at dusk. In the crucible of harvest and horror, The local lord bellowed orders to fortify guards and blame witches, while peasants sharpened pitchforks and sharpened their suspicions alike. Eloy, meanwhile, clutched the secrets inked in fur, wondering if the beast was simply a monster or a mirror reflecting their own fears, greed, and forgotten past. As the harvest waned, it seemed the beast's howl was less about hunger and more about reckoning. A clarion call echoing through wheat, wood, and weary souls alike. The tale of the beast was no longer just a tale. It was a living omen, wild as the wind and twice as sharp, promising that come dawn, everything would be different, whether for blessing or for curse was still a question whispered only by the restless fields. Pierre-Luc, clutching a wrinkled bundle of ancient manuscripts, set off at dawn with the kind of determination that could browbeat even the fiercest Parisian rain. The musty scent of leather and faded ink clung to the pages, whispering secrets older than the kings who once ruled. His path led him through tangled forests and muddy trails, each step echoing the wild heart of folklore he sought to untangle. Somewhere between reality and myth, the beast awaited, not as a creature of claw and fang, but as a riddle wrapped in history's shadows. Upon arriving at the towering stone walls of the University of Paris, Pierre-Luc faced a gauntlet of skeptical scholars whose eyes were sharper than their quills. They dismissed his beast as little more than peasant superstition, waving away his manuscripts like disgruntled bouncers at a tavern. Yet beneath their scorn, cryptic references began to surface, fragments in Latin, old sermons naming the Bête Noire. As symbol and spectre of France's religious strife and upheaval, it seemed much like an overenthusiastic Netflix reboot. The beast embodied the messy clash between faith and rebellion, tearing through society like a tempest. Leaving behind the sniffy ivory towers, Pierre-Luc returned to Saint Marcel, where the air smelled of damp earth and wood smoke, tales swirling as thick as the morning fog. Madame Brous, the village's unofficial archivist and matchmaker for gossip, gathered the locals around a crackling fire. Her cracked voice wove stories of the beast not as a monster, but as a guardian, protecting hidden springs that gurgled like secret veins beneath the forest floor, springs that fed the village in times when hope was as scarce as fresh bread. These whispered memories shaped the beast into something far more complex than the terror whispered in the halls of Paris. As Pierre-Luc pored over oral histories, the forest seemed to lean in closer, its dark canopy pressing like a velvet curtain on the secrets below. The droplet sounds of dripping water mingled with the rustling leaves, as if nature itself conspired to tell its tale. The beast, then, wasn't merely a specter of fear, but a symbol of survival and protection amid chaos. An ancient sentinel silently watching over life's fragile ember. This revelation felt like uncovering a long-lost mixtape, blending fearsome riffs with tender ballads, defying simple categorization. In the end, Pierre Luc's quest revealed that the Bête Noire was less a terrifying fiend and more a mirror reflecting the tumult of 17th century France, a time where society grappled with the wild beasts of faith, power, and survival. Like a figure in a Baroque painting, equal parts dread and grace. The beast's symbolism captured the smoky confusion of an era ready to explode. And in Saint Marcel's muddy lanes, where children splash in puddles and elders whisper of springs, the beast remains not just a myth, but a living pulse threading through history and heart alike. The night bled cold rain and wind, lashing the forest's edge like a wild beast with a vendetta. Villagers huddled beneath dripping cloaks, teeth chattering louder than the thunder roaring overhead. Eloy, heart pounding like a blacksmith's hammer, clutched a satchel heavy with Browse's pungent herbs, earthy, bitter, and smelling like a garden gone feral. Luc's whispered instructions hung in the air like a secret spell, guiding Eloy's every step as they edged closer to the clearing where the beast awaited, a shadow within the storm. As Eloy stepped into the clearing, the beast emerged from the trees like a nightmare made flesh, fur matted and slick with rain, eyes burning like twin lanterns in the dark. But then, something strange happened. Glowing runes flickered across its skin, not unlike the eerie neon signs of a demonic tavern, drawing the villagers' gaze with reluctant fascination. These were no ordinary scars, but symbols, some bearing the cross, others curling in ancient spirals of fertility, as if the creature was a living manuscript of forgotten rites and penitences. It was as if the beast wore its own complicated soul in light, a patchwork of sin and sanctity. The standoff crackled like static electricity, each breath a cloud of fog mingling with the scent of damp earth and crushed herbs. Villagers gripped pitchforks and trembling hands, their eyes flickering between the shimmering symbols and the creature's fierce glare. Somewhere a branch snapped, a ridiculous reminder that, for all their fear and superstition, this was still a beast of nature, not a demon from hell's VIP list. Eloy slowly reached into his satchel, the sharp tang of crushed sage and wormwood filling the air, hoping the ancient wisdom held more power than their collective panic. The beast, for its part, seemed less a harbinger of destruction and more a reluctant guardian, bearing a burden neither fully divine nor entirely cursed. Its dual nature forced the villagers to stare unflinchingly at the mirror of their own contradictions, fear mixed with awe, revulsion tinged with reverence. Here was a creature embodying both the wild chaos of the forest and the ordered rituals of their faith, an unsettling blend that unraveled old tales and stitched new truths. As a gust tore through the clearing, carrying the scent of wet moss and old stone, the villagers realized confronting the beast meant confronting themselves. Laughter suddenly bubbled from old Miette, breaking the tension like a dropped goblet, sharp and unexpected. Looks like we've all been living in the middle of a Gothic novel, but forgot the plot twist, she joked, lightening the grip of dread without shaking the weight of wonder. The storm's fury softened, and even the beast seemed to breathe easier, as if accepting its strange place between destroyer and protector. In that drenched clearing, beneath a sky slowly clearing to ink-blue velvet, the village learned that monsters might just be the reluctant heroes of their own stories, glowing runes and all. As the beast slunk back into the shadowy embraces of the forest, the village of Saint Marcel exhaled a collective sigh that smelled faintly of roasted chestnuts and evening smoke. With fewer snarls ripping through the night air, the farmers found themselves waking to birdsong instead of beastly growls, and the land itself seemed to breathe easier. The oppressive weight of harsh taxes, once as heavy as a boulder strapped to a mule, was suddenly lifted by the Lord's surprising decree. Pockets grew a little heavier, stomachs a little fuller, and muddy boots trod a bit lighter on well-trodden paths. It was as if the village itself had caught its breath, a small but sweet victory whispered through rustling leaves and crackling fires. The harvest, once a ragged, unpredictable beast of its own, began to swell with golden promise. Corn stalks rustled like whispered gossip under bright autumn skies, and baskets overflowed with apples, pears, and spuds that would make any modern foodie swoon. They said the spirit of the forest still watched them, not as a vengeful fiend, but as a guardian with claws buried deep beneath soil and root. Even the grizzled elders nodded, their skepticism softening like old cheese in a summer sun. Villagers shared stories around flickering torchlight, tweaking the legend until it lessened the fear and thickened the respect for the forces lurking beyond the thresholds of memory and myth. Pierre Luc, that crusty old monk with a nose for both truth and tall tales, tucked his quill away and shuffled back to his monastery, clutching a hefty treatise that would shake the foundation of folklore studies. His writings, part detective story, part spiritual quest, wove together the beast's brutal claws and the villagers' trembling prayers into a tapestry rich with symbolism and superstition. Scholars who once dismissed the tale as mere peasant panic now found themselves chuckling as they discovered the deeper layers of meaning in his words. It was as if Pierre Luc had unlocked a secret code, proving that even the wildest folklore holds a mirror up to human nature, warts included. Meanwhile, Saint Marcel's people embraced their curious new identity with the zeal of a modern-day fan club. Only their obsession involved drums, masks, and the occasional sacrificial, but thankfully symbolic, howl. The village festival blossomed into a raucous celebration, blending old fears with newfound admiration for the beast's ferocity and its mysterious role as protector. Smoke from bonfires mingled with the scent of spiced wine and roasting meat, while dancers leapt and spun under lantern-lit skies, their painted faces fierce and joyful. Even the children, cheeks flushed with cider and excitement, played at being both hunter and guardian, caught in a rite of passage that tied them forever to forest and folklore alike. The tale of the beast, once a source of trembling despair, evolved into a cautionary legend whispered around firesides and in hushed market exchanges. It taught lessons about respect for the land, for the unseen forces that thread through it, and for the tangled roots of belief itself. Saint Marcel had traded terror for a sort of uneasy harmony, the beast's shadow retreating, yet never vanishing, a reminder painted in fur, fang, and fear. And as the village slipped into the quiet seasons, the story settled like a worn cloak, comforting, mysterious, and alive, with the pulse of a world where nature and myth danced as equals. One could almost hear the beast's distant growl, not a threat, but a reminder. Respect the wild, or it will remind you why. Under the blazing sun of Alexandria, Cleopatra VII wasn't just another royal with a fancy throne. She was a master of spectacle and seduction, wrapped in linens finer than your Instagram filter dreams. Imagine her palace, fragrant with the scent of crushed lotus flowers and exotic myrrh, where the air shimmered with the curl of smoke from frankincense burners. Her eyes, lined thick with kohl until they cut sharper than a cat's claw, danced with an intellect that could win wars before a sword even left its sheath. This queen knew her cosmetics were more than vanity. They were the glittering armor in the chess game against Rome's most ruthless players. Cleopatra's beauty regime was like a secret recipe whispered in the halls of Alexandria, an alchemy of crushed malachite for a green so intense it rivaled the Nile itself, mixed with a dash of midnight charcoal to frame her gaze with smoky mystery. She slathered her skin in honey and milk, an ancient spa day that left her boasting the kind of glow that had even the sun taking a break to admire her radiance. It wasn't just the looks. Her scent was a weapon, a mysterious blend of cinnamon, jasmine, and the faintest hint of vetiver, lingering in rooms long after she'd left, like an invisible signature stamped on history. But make no mistake, Cleopatra's allure wasn't just about the mirror's praise. She spoke with a mind sharp enough to slice through political turmoil like a hot knife through butter. Dazzling Julius Caesar and Mark Antony, not only with those famous eyes, but her quick wit and fluent tongues. In her hands, beauty was a currency, lavishly spent to buy loyalty and weave alliances that kept her dynasty alive amid the chaos of the Mediterranean world. She played the game on her own terms, turning her appearance into an arsenal that made Rome's conquering generals long for more than just a truce. Behind the scenes, however, glamours weren't without their grime. Layers of makeup meant hours in sticky sweat under desert heat. The bitter sting of crushed minerals on sensitive skin, and the obsessive maintenance of royal standards that left no room for flaws. Imagine Cleopatra sitting through endless ceremonies, the prickly scent of beeswax candles mingling with the heady perfume, as servants scurried around, powdering, painting, perfecting an image designed to enthrall and intimidate. Her court was a buzzing theater where appearance was the script, and every gesture, every glance was rehearsed to ensure the eyes of the world, and Rome never looked away. Cleopatra's reign set the stage for centuries of queens and empresses who understood that beauty and power were not opposing forces, but allies in the quest for rule. She was the original influencer, the queen who clutched a mirror as fiercely as a scepter, proving that sometimes the deadliest weapon in a dynasty's arsenal is the art of dazzling. From Alexandria's sun-soaked shores to modern-day retellings, her legacy shimmers, reminding us that beneath every crown sits a carefully crafted story where beauty and brilliance collide in a spectacle worthy of legend. Imagine stepping into a bustling Roman forum where the air smells of olive oil, damp stone, and the faint tang of sweat from a vigorous Senate debate. Unlike the flamboyant curls and sun-kissed skin of earlier beauty icons, Roman refinement took a decidedly cooler turn. Pale skin wasn't just a fashion statement. It was a loudly whispered status symbol, shouting, "I never break a sweat fetching water or farming fields." Women powdered their faces with chalky lead and ground white earth, chasing the gleam of antiquity captured in marble statues. Hair was tamely tucked away, not screaming for attention, but whispering grace, often dyed the palest blonde or ironed into sleek waves that said, "I am controlled, and I own that discipline." Enter Livia Drusilla, Augustus' formidable wife, and the original Roman queen of chill composure. Picture her gliding through marbled halls, draped in stolas that whispered with every step, her jewelry delicate and restrained. No explosive baubles here, just the quiet gleam of gold signifying ancient power. She wasn't blinding you with sparkle. She was seducing with calm authority, and that unmistakable aura of "don't mess with me." Her grooming rituals were practically a military operation: meticulous hairdressing, care for the skin regimens, and a subtle, floating scent of myrrh trailing behind her like an invisible crown. In an empire built on conquest and tough rhetoric, Livia's elegance was a soft power move that spoke volumes without uttering a word. The Romans redefined beauty as a kind of sculpted stoicism. Forget the loose, carefree curls of Cleopatra here. Restraint reigned supreme. If you squinted at a Roman bust, it was like gazing at a live statue. Sharp cheekbones carved from discipline, lips pursed tighter than a senator's budget speeches, and eyes that seemed to hold the weight of empire on their lids. Men and women alike adopted this look, a subtle flex of civic virtue and inner strength. It wasn't just vanity. It was propaganda etched in skin and bone, plastering a message across the Mediterranean from the Colosseum to the beaches of Gaul. As Rome's borders stretched like a restless empire on caffeine, so too did its beauty ideals. Barbarians and provincials found themselves face down in tubs of Cleopatra-esque oils, chasing pale skin and humble hairstyles as if their lives depended on it. The empire's gust of fashions was a brutal game of cultural copy-paste. Conquerors and conquered traded hairstyles and perfume recipes across bustling marketplaces as eagerly as spices and salt. You can almost hear the sighs of well-meaning but confused Gauls trying to bleach their hair and pat their faces white while dodging the occasional Roman legionnaire's smelly armor. The mosaic of Mediterranean life hummed with the tension between old traditions and this new marble-chiseled ideal of beauty. Of course, this version of beauty was no walk in the park, or rather, no lazy day at the Tiber riverbank. The pallor demanded layers of powders that cracked and flaked in the heat. Restrained hairstyles meant hours of uncomfortable pins and hairpins, threatening to poke through delicate veils in the wrong moment. But Romans were nothing if not persistent, trading a bit of discomfort for a seat at the eternal empire's elite table. So next time you see a marble bust, remember, beneath that serene stone face lived a complex dance of sweat, lead powder, and social savvy, all wrapped up in Roman refinement's quietly ruthless standard of beauty. Step into the dazzling world of Constantinople's Byzantine court, where beauty wasn't just admired, it was an all-out, bedazzling performance worthy of the gods themselves. Picture this: shimmering jeweled crowns perched like tiny kingdoms atop powdered heads, glittering so fiercely you'd need sunglasses indoors. The rich silks flowed like liquid jewels, dyed in colors so bold and rare. They made today's neon look like a bad mood. And the makeup. Oh, the makeup was a holy spectacle. Inspired by the glittering mosaics of sacred icons, faces were painted in shades that seemed to glow with divine fire, turning every Byzantine aristocrat into a walking, talking, shiny masterpiece. At the center of this glittering galaxy stood Empress Theodora, a true medieval rock star who could give Lady Gaga a run for her money in the drama department. Her hairstyles weren't mere arrangements of hair. They were epic sagas, towering and twisting in complex braids and curls, studded with pearls and golden ornaments that caught the candlelight like starbursts. Imagine a hairstyle so elaborate it could have its own zip code, and you begin to understand the theatrical flair Theodora brought to the royal court. This wasn't just vanity, it was power on display. A head-turning announcement that said, "I'm the Empress, bow or sparkle trying." The Byzantine obsession with opulence was a multi-sensory assault on the average medieval peasant's senses. A dazzling display of wealth layered thickly enough to be felt as well as seen. The air buzzed with the heavy scent of rose and saffron, mingled with the faintly less glamorous tang of beeswax, and the musk of dozens of perfumed bodies crammed into lavish silk-lined rooms. Every fabric seemed to whisper secrets of faraway lands and exotic dyes, while the clinking of gold chains and gemstones offered a kind of background soundtrack to court life. It was like stepping into a Renaissance Instagram filter, if filters came with the risk of fainting from heat or neck cramps from all that bling. Yet beneath the shimmer and shine lay a subtle irony. While the imperial court draped itself in wealth and spectacle to showcase divine favor and earthly power, this love of the visible also masked deeper insecurities. The more Theodora and her peers piled on their gilded accessories and vibrant makeup, the louder the silent gossip about their ambition and ruthlessness became. It was a game of chess played in gold leaf and cosmetics, where appearances could build empires or crumble reputations with a single misplaced jewel. Byzantine beauty ideals, then, were as much about the story you told with your look as the jewels you wore. In the grand tapestry of history, Byzantine beauty might seem like a glittery footnote wedged between Cleopatra's natural allure and Marie Antoinette's powdered extravagance. But it's where opulence met theatricality with a wink and a nod. This was a culture that knew how to put on a show, ensuring that every headpiece, every brushstroke of color, screamed, "Look at me," louder than any battle cry. So next time you scroll through your glam selfies or debate contour techniques, remember the empresses who first dared to turn beauty into a spectacle, proving that sometimes the best way to rule the world was to blind it with brilliance. Picture the Renaissance as a grand rebirth, not just of art and ideas, but of what people considered beautiful. Gone were the stiff halos of medieval perfection, replaced by a fascination with naturalistic features, soft cheeks flushed with the delicate blush of youth, skin that seemed to glow as if kissed by the first light of dawn. Artists like Botticelli and Leonardo da Vinci painted women whose faces whispered of subtlety rather than starkness, where every curl and freckle mattered. Imagine walking into a sunlit Florentine piazza, the scent of fresh parchment mingling with lavender, and spotting a noblewoman whose modest neckline and loose hair caused subtle swoons, defying centuries of rigid decorum. It was beauty as a gentle conversation, an artful balance of nature's quirks and human grace, not an icy throne demanding perfection. Meanwhile, the French court was quietly plotting its own dazzling takeover under the watchful gaze of the young Louis XIV. Versailles was no mere palace. It was a theatrical beast craving an endless cast of stars, all dazzling in powdered wigs that looked as if a cloud had crashed into a snowdrift. The powdered wigs weren't just fashion statements. They were fluffy, fragranced fortresses masking what was surely a secret army of lice and dandruff beneath. Pastel gowns rustled through gilded halls like soft whispers, their silks scented faintly with rose and musk, while courtiers maneuvered in a dance of etiquette so precise that one misstep could cause a social, if not literal, apocalypse. Beauty here wasn't about natural glow. It was meticulously crafted spectacle, a glittering armor against the mundane. At Versailles, the balance of hair and dress wasn't just a style choice. It was a weapon, a performance, a declaration of power. The towering coiffures defied gravity, piled with curls, ribbons, and occasionally, impressively bizarre accessories like miniature ships or gardens. Because why not announce your reign with a tiny galleon sailing atop your head? Each gown was a canvas of pastel shades that seemed to blend with the pale marble and golden sunlight, while the rustle of silk mingled with the murmur of whispered intrigues. The sweet, heavy perfume in the air tried its best to cover up the body odor, and the hint of chamber pots from days-old royalty. But sophistication always comes with a whiff of reality. In this glittering cage, appearance wasn't superficial, it was survival. The Renaissance ideal of soft skin and natural beauty fought a losing battle against the overwhelming grandeur of Louis's court. While Florence celebrated the sun-kissed simplicity of a bare forehead and a faint smile, Versailles demanded a mask, a white powdered face as flawless as porcelain, cheeks dusted in rouge like the first flush of synthetic drama. The court's air was thick with the smell of pomade, powder, and more than a hint of desperation to please the Sun King. It was a world where the smallest detail, the perfect lace cuff, the precise height of a heel, could elevate a noble from obscurity to favor, or doom them to whispered ridicule. Beauty became a daily ritual, a spectacle demanding endurance, precision, and just a touch of theatrical madness. In retrospect, the leap from Renaissance delicacy to Versailles extravagance feels like jumping from a Monet painting straight into a Broadway show with fireworks. The beauty ideals had evolved from an almost innocent celebration of nature's imperfections to a dazzling, dizzying pageant of artifice and control. Yet both eras shared a hunger to stand out, to be seen and remembered, not unlike today's Instagram scrolls filled with filter-perfect faces and curated closets. If Cleopatra and Marie Antoinette were time travelers watching this chapter unfold, they might raise an eyebrow, adjust their crowns, and wonder if beauty's true magic lies in its endless reinvention, or just in surviving the wig infestations and etiquette disasters along the way. Imagine stepping into the glittering halls of Versailles in the late 18th century, where Marie Antoinette reigns as the crowned queen of spectacle. Her salons buzz with the clatter of powdered wigs, so high they practically threaten to scrape the chandeliers, and her pastel gowns swirl like cotton candy spun from the softest spring mornings. This isn't just fashion, it's a theatrical performance, a carefully choreographed dance where every ruffle, every jewel whispers secrets about power and prestige. Like Cleopatra draped in Egyptian finery centuries earlier, Marie Antoinette inherits this dazzling lineage, a royal tradition wrapped in silk, scent, and scandal. The Queen's pastel palette wasn't just a pretty face in the court. It was a palette of political paint, bright enough to mask the cracks beginning to show beneath her gilded world. The scent of orange blossoms and delicate powders filled the air, but behind the scenes, the court's whispers were as sharp as daggers. "Let them eat cake" was less a phrase, and more a powder keg of resentment waiting to explode. Salon culture turned fashion into commentary, with sharp tongues and sharper fans fluttering like butterflies, each gesture loaded with intrigue. Marie's towering coiffures and fragile silks stood in ironic contrast to the rising storm outside her palace walls. This queen wasn't just playing dress-up. She was navigating a high-stakes game where beauty was both armor and weapon. Each morning's ritual, involving armies of attendants and clouds of powder so thick you could almost see the ghosts of past scandals, was a battle against time and tradition. The trappings of beauty became a language, a coded message to the world about who ruled and who obeyed. But for all her effort, the opulence around Marie Antoinette was like a velvet cage. dazzling but ultimately confining, as whispers of revolution churned beneath her feet like a bad case of indigestion. Her fall was as dramatic as her rise, a tragic curtain call on a stage lit by powdered wigs and scandalous gossip. The once enchanting spectacle turned sour, with the public's adoration curdling into suspicion and rage, and the scent of orange blossoms replaced by the iron tang of the guillotine. Beauty that had empowered her became the very thing that summoned the mobs. The grandeur that once guarded her now marked her for demise. Marie's story is the last crescendo in a saga that began on the Nile with Cleopatra, reminding us how the pursuit of beauty can sparkle like gold, but burn just as fiercely. So here closes the chapter of the last courtly muse, a queen whose style was her signature and her undoing. From Cleopatra's exotic charms to Marie Antoinette's pastel power plays, beauty has been a double-edged sword, wielded to command empires or cut them down. In the echoes of Versailles grand halls and Nile's ancient waters, we find a cautionary tale wrapped in silk and perfume. That sometimes chasing the perfect look means stepping into history's crosshairs, and yet we can't help but stare, mesmerized by the spectacle, as if it were the hottest runway show. Because after all, history loves a queen who knows how to make an entrance, even if it's her last. The year was 1524, and Florence hummed with the restless energy of merchants, politicians, and artists, all jockeying for power, like a crowd trying to get front row seats at a gladiator match. Into this buzz stepped Lorenzo, a painter known more for his delicate frescoes than political fireworks. When the city council sent for him, breathless with urgency, he expected a portrait of some dignitary or saint. Instead, they thrust before him a crude parchment sketch of a beast, a chimera with snarling heads, lion, serpent, and boar, cracked in twisted alliance. The councilmen's accusing eyes bore into him, declaring this creature a symbol, a monstrous sign of foreign merchants clawing their way into Florence's heart, with each snarl and fang representing a rival faction, vying for supremacy in the city's tangled dance. Lorenzo set up his easel in the Plaza della Signoria, the square smelling of fresh bread, spilled wine, and horse dung, the latter being an unavoidable floral note in central Florence. Passers-by murmured behind their hands, enchanted and horrified by the idea that this grotesque beast was meant to embody their neighbors and outsiders alike. Each twisted head seemed to snarl curses and promises of greed, making Lorenzo's skin prickle like he just stepped into a wizard's den brewing trouble. As he mixed his pigments, he caught sight of Isabella, an enigmatic scholar whose sharp eyes twinkled with knowledge and mischief. She leaned closer, her breath carrying the faint scent of rosemary and old parchment, hinting that, beneath all this monstrous symbolism, lurked a deeper, hidden game, one painted not only with color, but with cunning. Isabella's words were like whispered spells. "The heads are no mere beasts," she said, finger tracing the twisted outlines. "There are cities' severed voices, merchants and politicians, nobles and commoners, each snarling for the throne of influence. Think of it as the Renaissance's version of a reality show, where every faction wants to be the final contestant, and Florence is the prize." Lorenzo felt the irony sting here. He was tasked with crafting propaganda, yet it reeked of the petty backstabbing that stained every corner of their beloved city. As he painted, brushes soaked in vermilion and ochre, the chimera grew alive on canvas, grotesquely beautiful and terrifying. A mirror reflecting the chaos and ambition flooding the cobblestone streets, the beast's many heads twisted into snarls and sneers, some bearing teeth painted in such fine detail one could almost hear the growls echo over the square. A crowd gathered as word spread, laughter mixed with nervous glances, and the occasional cough, some humans, some beastly, filling the air as the creature seemed to roar from the fresco. This was no tame carnival monster or bedtime story villain. This chimera was Florence's ugly truth made flesh. Lauren's brush strokes captured its oily, snarling essence, the stench of greed practically wafting off the wet paint like spoiled meat, while the crowd's shifting allegiance was laid bare beneath the dust and grime of their daily grind. By sunset, Lorenzo stood back, sweat sticky under his tunic, and the chimera's eyes seemed almost to follow the shifting crowd. Isabella appeared again, a wry smile softening her sharp intellect. "Remember," she said, "monsters don't just lurk in bestiaries or bedtime lore. Sometimes they're the city's own reflection, stitched together from the fears and ambitions we try to hide." Lorenzo chuckled, thinking how this Renaissance beast was less the mythical terror of old and more a grotesque, scaly reality show, Florence's own version of Game of Thrones, but with more paint and less dragons. The beast in the city square was not just an icon. It was an allegory, a political punchline, and a reminder that the monstrous often wears the well-tailored suit of power. The sun hung low over Florence as Lorenzo and Isabella approached the Medici Palace, its grand stone facade catching the fading golden light like a dragon's treasure trove. The air buzzed with murmurs, and the scent of roasted chestnuts mingled with the faintest hint of burnt candle wax, typical for an evening where power and intrigue danced hand in hand. Inside, the great hall swelled with voices and clanking goblets, a riotous symphony of nobles eager to witness the unveiling of the chimera's image. No ordinary beast. This chimera was a grotesque marvel, half lion, half goat, and half something that even the most imaginative artist struggled to name, painted with shimmering wings that caught every flicker of torchlight. Whispers wound through the crowd faster than the Duke's fleet at sea. The beast's monstrous wings, some joked nervously, seemed stretched too wide, as if grasping at horizons beyond Florence itself. Look closely, a sharp-eyed merchant muttered, and you'll see ambition painted with every stroke, a winged threat, much like our Duke, always hungry for more land, more power. Underneath the laughter and polite nods, thick suspicion brewed. Here was art turned cloak, a myth transformed into a mirror reflecting political hunger. And the court watched, spellbound and slightly queasy, as the allegory spread. Meanwhile, behind velvet curtains and heavy oak doors, secret emissaries slipped through the labyrinthine corridors with a conspirator's grin and a satchel stuffed with more than just coins. Their goal was cunning, to twist the chimera's terrifying legend into a rallying cry, a nightmare to incite their struggling citizens against a rival city-state. A monster that threatens Florence is a shadow over all, they whispered, plotting how to frame this fiery hybrid not just as a piece of art, but as a symbol of external menace. It was Renaissance politics in high drama, a high-stakes game of propaganda where fact bowed to fable with a dramatic flair worthy of any Shakespearean tragedy. The banquet itself was a sensory feast, rich spiced wine. The clink of silver spoons against plates groaning with roasted boar and honey-glazed figs, and the ever-present haze of pipe smoke curling lazily above the heads of schemers and sycophants alike. Lorenzo, ever the skilled observer, noted how even the servants' quick glances toward the chimera betrayed unease. The creature's painted eyes seemed almost alive in the flickering firelight, as if silently judging the ambition and fear swirling in the room. Isabella, less taken by political nuance, quipped that the beast looked like a dragon who'd lost a bet, half ferocious, half slapstick, adding a breath of irreverence to an otherwise tense gathering. By night's end, the chimera had sown itself into the city's fevered imagination. Its monstrous form, now part legend and part political weapon, cast long shadows over Florence's cobblestones, whether a symbol of Duke Cosimo's soaring dreams or a warning of lurking enemies. The creature's wings spread wide in whispered tales and tavern talk. The Medici had not only unveiled an artwork, they had unleashed a myth ripe for manipulation. And in this dangerous dance of power, every wingbeat echoed far beyond the gilded walls of the palace. In the shadowy depths of a crumbling Renaissance villa, our intrepid duo stumbled upon a hidden chamber that smelled of ancient parchment and forgotten secrets. A dusty shrine to knowledge, long buried beneath cobwebs and the faint musk of mildew. Shelves groaned under the weight of leather-bound tomes, their cracked spines whispering tales of monsters and power in a language that smelled both of ink and intrigue. It was like opening a treasure chest of political skullduggery disguised under layers of myth, where every scroll promised to unravel the beastly metaphors lurking beneath courtly smiles. The air hung thick with anticipation, as if the walls themselves knew the scandal these dusty pages contained, ready to claw their way out from obscurity. Among these arcane relics, a particular scroll caught their eye, a grotesque, hand-illustrated fable of the Hydra, that many-headed nightmare whose heads multiplied every time a blade struck. The vivid ink seemed to squirm on the page, conjuring the image of endless, writhing menace, impossible to kill by ordinary means. A perfect metaphor, our duo realized, for the insidious nature of political repression. The smell of old parchment mixed with fresh ink somehow felt like the scent of brewing trouble, the kind that only power-hungry councils could cook up to slather fear over the populace. It dawned on them with a chill. This was no mere legend, but a blueprint for propaganda designed to vilify dissent as a growing, unstoppable horror. As the duo translated the cryptic script, it became clear that the city's ruling council had weaponized these monstrous myths to brand their opponents as literal beasts, hissing threats and grotesqueries painted in the public's imagination. It was a Renaissance remix of Monster Mash, where artists and poets found their visions turned into monstrous caricatures that suited the council's agenda. The artistic underground, once a proud parade of free expression, was being stalked by shadows darker than a plague night, their rebellion deformed into a literal nightmare. There was something deliciously ironic and nauseatingly cynical about using mythical horrors to silence human voices, as if reality itself wasn't already frightening enough. With each chilling revelation, the tension in the air thickened like the stench of sweaty armor in a battlefield tent. The artists weren't just fighting for paint and parchment anymore. They were squaring off against a hydra-headed regime that grew more monstrous with every outcry. We could almost hear the clatter of ink-stained fingers typing desperate manifestos by candlelight. The echoes, a symphony of fragile resistance against a political beast that would not die quietly. It was a drama worthy of a Shakespearean tragedy, except the players were real, and the monster was less mythical and more corporate PR nightmare. In the end, our duo closed that haunted scroll with a mix of awe and dread, understanding that beneath the Renaissance's gilded veneer lurked a labyrinthine game of image and power. where monsters weren't just figments, but weapons. They knew the council's strategy was simple yet terrifying. Paint your enemies as hydras, and watch the city shrink from battling shadows instead of truths. As they exited the musty library, the scent of decay followed them out, a potent reminder that stories, monstrous or not, can shape the fate of empires, one head at a time. They couldn't help but chuckle darkly. If only the council knew that the greatest monster might just be their own fear of losing control. The council chamber buzzed like a beehive, struck by a stone, noble voices clashing over matters far weightier than a spilled goblet of wine. Suddenly, a raucous murmur rippled through the throng. Someone had unveiled a sprawling tapestry, stitched with a grotesque chimera, twisting against a blood-red sky. The colors seemed to writhe, the creature's lion head snarling, serpent tail lashing, and goat horns curling like desperate whispers. It wasn't just art. This was a brazen act of sabotage, a forged emblem designed to ignite fury and deep distrust among the factions. The scent of burnt pitch and smoldering torches mingled with the whistle of angry voices. The chamber's fragile order fracturing with each shouted accusation. Lorenzo stood frozen amid the chaos, the weight of the moment pressing down like a mountain on his chest. He knew the chimera was no ordinary beast. It was a cunning political allegory, a scathing critique meant to mirror the council's fractured alliances and creeping betrayals. Revealing this truth meant painting a target on his back, a risky game in a den filled with vipers masquerading as allies. Yet silence bore its own poison, letting hatred and fear fester unchecked. Lorenzo's pulse drummed louder than the rioters' footsteps, torn between his instinct for survival and the trembling hope of sparking reason in a room consumed by madness. Meanwhile, Isabella prowled through the labyrinthine arches of the cathedral, the cold stone walls closing in like the jaws of some ancient beast. Her sharp eyes caught every shadow and flicker of movement, tracking the puppeteer who had turned mythic horror into a weapon of mass paranoia. The scent of damp incense clung to the air, mixing oddly with the faint, metallic tang of spilled blood, silent witnesses of previous struggles. Her heart pounded in sync with her steps as she confronted the mastermind lurking in the cathedral's darkest corner. Their whispered treachery poised to snap like a blade, words sparred and steel threatened, until truth and deception collided under the stained glasses' fractured light. Outside, the once stately plaza had become a tempest of human fury. Torches blazed against the encroaching dusk, casting jittery shadows that danced like demons freed from hell. The chimera, now more than just an image, roared in the minds of the mob, feeding their frenzy with each shouted insult and thrown stone. Meanwhile, Lorenzo's voice cracked through the tumult, revealing the allegory behind the monstrous tapestry, risking all to inject a sliver of daylight into the suffocating gloom. His words were a balm and a spark, confusing some, angering others, but undeniably pulling a thread of reason from the tapestry of chaos. It was a desperate pivot, a gamble straight out of a Renaissance soap opera where loyalty meant life or death, and every player held a dagger behind their back. In the cathedral's shadowed embrace, Isabella's confrontation reached a fever pitch. The air thickened with tension, peppered with bitter iron and whispered regrets. The mastermind's smug grin faltered as Isabella pierced the veil of lies with a light sharp enough to slice through stone. The final, breathless moments sizzled with the raw edge of revelation and rawer edges of steel, an ambush of truths that shattered the twisted narrative spun to enslave the city's will. As the dust settled and silence crept back like a cautious cat, the chimera's terrible image lingered, a grim reminder that in this Renaissance drama, monsters were rarely what they seemed, and Lorenzo and Isabella, battered yet unbroken, knew the real fight was just beginning. Under the scorching midday sun, the city square buzzed with a restless energy that smelled faintly of sweat and burnt bread. Today was no ordinary market day. The giant mural, an explosive splash of color against the dull stone, was about to reveal its secret. This wasn't just art. It was a loudspeaker for truth, painted boldly in the shape of a chimera, but flipped on its head. Instead of terrorizing the onlookers with snarling teeth and fiery eyes, the creature's many heads warned of division's dangers, each snarling at the city's fractured factions like an over-caffeinated town crier. The citizens gathered, noses crinkled from fresh paint and tension, soon murmuring not with fear, but with a hesitant spark of understanding. Lorenzo and Isabella, the unlikely dream team of rebellious artists, had crafted this visual sermon with humble brushes but grand ambition. Their chimera no longer boiled with the threat of violence. It looked almost tired, weighed down by the chaos it represented. As sunbeams bounced off the mural's greasy sheen, traders and soldiers alike found themselves uncomfortably confronting their own petty squabbles. It was as if the creature's patchwork form, half lion, half goat, all mess, mirrored the city's own convoluted politics, a beast too wild to control unless it learned to listen. The irony was rich. They had used the monstrous to humanize the need for peace, turning terror into civic sense in one masterstroke. In the murmurings that followed, the city's pulse slowed, the cacophony folding into whispered negotiations inside smoky taverns and sun-drenched courtyards. The factions, once like cats hissing over scraps, now leaned toward each other, stomachs full of chili and humility. A new council took shape, not from the usual wolves in sheep's clothing, but from those who'd seen the mural and felt the sting of truth. Old rivalries dissolved over pitchers of sour wine and shared jokes about the chimera's absurd anatomy, as if laughter could stitch together a ragged tapestry of unity. Even the grizzled mayor, notorious for his sour face and worse breath, cracked a rare smile, a small victory that smelled faintly like hope and spilled ale. Yet amid the city's newfound breaths of peace, Lorenzo and Isabella stood apart, letting silence settle between them like dust on neglected parchment. Their collaboration, fiery as a midsummer bonfire, now faded to embers, each artist pulled by different destinies beyond the city's stone walls. Lorenzo's eyes, still bright with revolutionary fire, sought distant lands where myth might still shake thrones. Isabella, more grounded yet no less fierce, chose to anchor herself in the city, her brush now wielded to chronicle the fragile peace they'd forged. In that bittersweet farewell lay a silent ode to art's power, its ability to shape not only stories, but the very hands that hold power. And so the chimera remained, not a monster to fear, but a mirror that reflected the city's soul, flawed, fractured, yet capable of healing. Its painted eyes watched over negotiations, whispered hopes, and the slow, grinding turns of governance, a reminder etched in vibrant pigments that peace isn't the absence of monsters, but the taming of them within. The scent of fresh paint and wet stone lingered long after the crowd dispersed, a tangible trace of a moment when myth stepped off the page and into the complicated business of ruling. Like a pop culture icon turned moral compass, the mural proved that sometimes the weirdest monsters teach the wisest lessons, if only we dare to look in their eyes. The grand halls of Versailles buzzed like an enormous bee's nest on a summer day, filled with the clink of crystal, the rustle of silk, and the sharp scent of lavender mixed with the faint, persistent musk of too many powdered wigs. Queen Marie Isabelle, freshly crowned and still adjusting to the heavy gold crown pressed atop her elaborately coiffed hair, moved through the dazzling chaos under the watchful eyes of palace courtiers and gossip. Each step echoed on the polished marble floors, her powdered face set with determination beneath that delicate veil of civility. But it wasn't just her crown that weighed heavy. It was the colossal expectations swirling around her like the practiced whirl of a minuet. Expectations to embody both tradition and the quiet stirrings of a new, enlightened era. Enter Madame de Vaux, the Queen's savvy lady-in-waiting, whose sharp wit was as polished as her silver-handled fan. ready to guard the fragile image of royalty like a hawk, guarding a particularly delicious and very delicate mouse. Madame de Vaux was no ordinary courtier. She navigated the labyrinthine social games of Versailles with a grace that could make a cat burglar jealous, subtly steering Marie Isabelle's public persona from mere pageantry to a potent symbol of enlightened monarchy. Her whispered advice was laced with irony, a kind of backstage commentary to the royal drama. Remember, Your Majesty, the people prefer their sovereigns like their soufflés, light, impressive, and just a touch mysterious. This duet of queen and confidant was the embryo of a new royal brand, crafted under crystal chandeliers that reflected not only light, but the dawning age of reason. Beneath the polished veneer, however, the court was no gentle tea party. It smelled of damp stone, sweat, and the faintest trace of desperation, masked by bouquets of jasmine and rosewater. The pressure bore down on Marie Isabelle's slender shoulders as she faced a throng of nobles whose loyalty was as fickle as the shifting fashions embroidered onto their waistcoats. Each smile she gave had to be measured, a delicate balance of warmth and distance, lest she appear too human, or worse, too ordinary. Madame de Vaux coached her in the art of performance, turning small gestures, a tilt of the head, a poised hand, into symbols of regal authority and enlightened benevolence, weaving a narrative that would charm even the most skeptical salons of Paris. As the sun dipped behind the manicured gardens, casting long shadows over gilded fountains and stone cherubs, Marie Isabelle's reign was quietly but irrevocably changing. The age-old idea of monarchy, rooted in divine right and unquestioned power, began to shimmy and shift like a play slowly turning from tragedy to comedy. Women at court, often dismissed as mere ornaments, found themselves crafting images and stories that seeped into the very soul of the kingdom. Through their clever manipulation of appearances and subtle diplomacy, they became the unsung architects of royal identity, using charm and intellect to build a monarchy that might survive the sharp winds of Enlightenment thought. In this dazzling, sometimes suffocating world, the queen and her lady-in-waiting forged an alliance stronger than any forged in the king's armory. They transformed the court into more than just a stage for ostentatious displays. It became a crucible for the new age, where women's voices whispered revolutionary ideas under layers of silk and powder. Their story was a cocktail of ambition, irony, and necessity, served up with a twist of sharp humor and a splash of political savvy. As the palace clock chimed, marking the arrival of a new day, the queen's image carefully polished, yet alive with spirited defiance, stood ready to dazzle both her courtiers and history itself. In the buzzing salons of the Age of Enlightenment, Madame de Vaux stood at the center like a cunning spider, spinning threads of influence. Her salons weren't just fancy tea parties. They were crucibles where ideas simmered and fashions took shape, fragrant with the scent of beeswax candles and the sharp tang of freshly brewed coffee. Picture velvets and silks in soft pastel hues, embroidered with philosophical symbols rather than bland floral patterns, transforming garments into wearable manifestos of reason and virtue. This clever circle of learned women didn't just dress for court. They dressed to declare a new crown, one crowned with elegance and intellect, not just jewels and pomp. Madame de Vaux's soirees were less about empty chatter and more about the crackle of electric ideas, as philosophers and poets gathered under her roof like bees drawn to a luminous flower. She personally patronized bright minds, those poor souls who preferred quills to swords, giving them gold and good company instead of the guillotine. Amid the hum of lute strings and the clink of porcelain cups, these intellectual gatherings became stagecraft for a fresh public image, one where kings and queens looked not just divine, but wise. It was like Netflix binge culture, but live, with sharper wit and no commercials, where every witty remark was a subtle nudge toward redefining monarchy itself. Artisans and tailors groaned under the weight of the new demands, robes trimmed not in gaudy excess, but in understated grace, with threads whispering of reasons light rather than the kingdom's old, heavy gold. Madame de Vaux's influence rippled through the palace halls, where courtiers once flaunted power with ostentatious plumage, and now softened their edges toward modesty and meaning. The touch of silk smelled like lavender and promise, replacing the faint, stubborn stink of old hierarchy, equal parts musky perfume and revolution in fabric form. Even the royal portraits took on a new sheen, with subjects posed not as lofty gods, but as paragons of virtue and measured judgment. Of course, the crown's makeover was not without its backstage drama. Jealous courtiers muttered under their breath, comparing Madame de Vaux to a sorceress casting spells with a needle and a book, rather than a sword. Gossip flowed faster than coffee. Fingers wagged at the idea that a gaggle of women could rewrite centuries of royal spectacle by simply changing hemlines and hosting brilliant chats. But Madame de Vaux and her circle laughed in the face of scandal, their gatherings echoing with laughter, sophisticated barbs, and the clatter of lace fans, the sharpened weapons in their arsenal. Theirs was an empire of subtleties, where the power of presence was wielded through whispered philosophies, rather than thundering declarations. In the end, the woven threads of influence by Madame de Vaux and her intellectual coterie left a legacy stitched into the very fabric of monarchy. A crown no longer just a golden circle of power, but a symbol threaded with reason, wit, and elegance. By dressing the monarchs in the robes of enlightened thought and surrounding them with voices of virtue, these women clarified a message that still resonates. Power is most potent when cloaked in the light of intellect and charm. It's like they upgraded the royal image from a dusty VHS tape to a sleek streaming service, modern, enticing, and impossible to mute. And all this, done quietly over tea and taffeta, left the world wondering if queens and philosophers might just be the perfect marriage of brains and beauty, after all. In gilded halls where chandeliers shimmered like captured lightning, the clash over women's rising influence crackled underneath the silk and brocade. Traditional courtiers, smelling the scent of change like a rat sniffing a trap, whispered behind fans and veiled smiles, their suspicion thick enough to choke a room. Conservative ministers, those gray-hatted relics of a stubborn past, launched a barrage of rumors sharper than any rapier, painting the queen's reformers as dangerous dreamers meddling where decorum reserved only for men. These gossip-fueled arrows aimed not just at reputations, but at the very heart of cultural projects that bore women's signatures in vibrant brushstrokes and spirited verses. It was court intrigue with all the drama of a soap opera, except everyone donned powdered wigs and nobody dropped a phone. The queen herself, radiant in her poise, but haunted by whispered threats, carried the weight of both crown and controversy. Her reforms, like carefully planted gardens in a drought, sought to bloom with enlightenment, but faced the choking weeds of envy and fear. Women, once relegated to ornamental silence, now wielded pens, patronage, and performances as weapons of change, stirring salons that buzzed with ideas and scandal alike. The air in these gatherings was thick with the scent of beeswax candles, heavy velvet drapes, and the sharp tang of freshly spilled ink, signs of a cultural awakening under siege, but undeterred. Each whispered political maneuver was like a poison drip threatening to dull this bright constellation of female intellect. Traditionalists hatched schemes in smoky back rooms where the stale smell of pipe, tobacco mingled with the musk of decay, the decay of a worldview threatened by progress. They spread rumors as if playing a cruel game of telephone, each version more grotesque, accusing women of manipulating the throne like court jesters gone rogue. One particularly juicy whisper suggested that the queen's ladies-in-waiting were secret sorceresses, weaving dark spells from silk stockings and stolen glances. It was absurd, yes, but rumors thrived on absurdity, painting the women not as agents of reform, but as witches of palace intrigue. This venom was intended to poison not only the queen's reputation, but the very idea that women could wield power with grace and intelligence. Amid this storm, the women fought back with sly humor, and iron was sharper than their corset stays. Their salons turned into arenas where wit slashed like sabers, and the clink of teacups punctuated revolutions of thought. The queen's cultural projects blossomed like daring wildflowers breaking through cold stone, showcasing plays, paintings, and philosophies that left court traditionalists gasping like fish out of water. The tension was palpable, like the crackle before a thunderstorm, each side staking claims in a battle where words and ideas were the sharpest weapons. In the smoky haze of candlelight and whispered strategy, the queen's allies clung to their vision, undaunted and unbowed. In the end, the palace was a fizzing powder keg of rivalry and resistance, a place where every smile hid a challenge, and every glance could spark suspicion. The royal image, once a blank canvas for male monarchs and their ministers, began to bear the bold colors women daubed onto it with clever brushes and secret strength. The battle was messy, uncomfortable, and thick with the scent of fear and ambition. But it revealed a truth as old as power itself. Change is never polite, and sometimes the fiercest revolutions come dressed in silk and laughter. These women didn't just shape culture. They reshaped the very idea of who could hold the crown's image, dazzling history with wit and willpower that even the grumpiest courtier couldn't deny. The grand hall buzzed with a cocktail of excitement, powdered wigs bobbing like curious birds as the massive velvet curtain was yanked away. There, towering in gilded splendor, stood the queen's commissioned portrait, a sweeping vision painted by the era's most celebrated female artist, a woman who had slogged past countless salons of skepticism to claim her spotlight. The canvas brimmed with Enlightenment ideals. Reason danced alongside grace, knowledge gleamed in the queen's eyes, and a subtle yet fierce rebellion whispered through every brushstroke. The scent of fresh oil paint tangled with the musk of court perfumes, and the faint rustle of silk dresses. As every eye strained to decode the story, woven by a woman's deft hand, this unveiling wasn't just a snapshot of royalty. It was a loud, unapologetic proclamation of women shaping how power looked and felt. For once, the artwork did more than flatter, it challenged. The queen, poised like a philosopher rather than a mere ruler, radiated intelligence and determination rather than just lace and jewels, sending whispers swirling through the gilded crowd. The female artist, standing modestly aside, but glowing with quiet pride, had painted not just a monarch, but a manifesto. forcing even the stiff-necked courtiers to swallow their surprise. It was as if the canvas cracked open a secret door, inviting viewers into a new world where women weren't backstage props, but architects of image and ideology alike. The juxtaposition of feminine dexterity and Enlightenment clarity unsettled the old guard. Some grimaced, others nodded, but none could look away. Amid the chatter, a clatter echoed as a servant accidentally knocked over a heavy candelabra, the flames licking dangerously close to the heavy drapes, prompting a brief flurry of frantic gasps and rustling skirts. The smell of scorched wax mingled absurdly with the heavy perfume, a reminder that beneath the grandeur, even the most polished courts teetered on chaos. It was oddly fitting, just as the portrait invited heated debate about women's roles. A tiny blaze threatened to upend the evening's order, reminding everyone that change is never neat or comfortable. Somewhere, a whisper floated through the room, ladies in charge, and still setting fire to tradition. A wry toast to the unstoppable women at the heart of this spectacle. The moment hung like thick velvet, charged with expectation and electric with new possibilities. As conversations spilled out into the corridors, the portrait became a topic hotter than the Queen's rumored latest hairstyle. Is she really the thinker this painting suggests? Or is it all smoke and mirrors? One lord murmured, eyes darting nervously around, fearing the lady artists might be eavesdropping. But the Queen herself, ever the sly player, had deliberately paired with the female painter to send a subtle but powerful message. Women were no longer silent ornaments, but loud, bold agents of identity and ideology. News of the portrait, its audacity, its grace, and its unapologetic female authorship spread like wildfire, boosting conversations in drawing rooms and taverns alike. Even the bakery girls talked of it, imagining queens as equals rather than distant stars, shaking the dusty foundations of an old world. By the night's end, the court was abuzz with reluctant admiration, and a few begrudging smiles toward the Queen and her artist, a duo rewriting the narrative of power with paint and wit. The grand portrait wasn't just art, it was a visual revolution wrapped in brocade and powdered hair, a stunning showstopper in the age-old theater of monarchy. It boldly declared that women, with their hands and hearts, shaped not only their own fates, but the very image of enlightened rule. The Queen and her painter had turned the brush into a weapon, wielding it deftly to carve space for feminine agency in the heart of power. As the candles burned low and the guests filtered out, a new dawn shimmered, just a shade more equal, a touch more daring, and wildly more unforgettable. When the dust settled on the age of Enlightenment's grand stage, something extraordinary had happened. in the throne rooms cluttered with gilded thrones and velvet drapes, but in the airy salons where women like Madame de Vaux held court. Their keen minds and dazzling wit reshaped the very way royalty was seen, trading the heavy pomp of old for a lighter, sharper aesthetic. Imagine chandeliers casting glittering prisms over faces lit with curiosity rather than fear, and the heavy scent of musk replaced with hints of fresh lavender and ink-stained parchment. The royal image, once as rigid as a powdered wig, found itself softened, more approachable, yet irresistibly commanding, a blend of power and enlightenment that stuck like a catchy tune you couldn't forget. Madame de Vaux's salon, that cozy whirlpool of whispered ideas and clinking glasses, became the heartbeat of this transformation. Here, noblewomen traded secrets as easily as they swapped coquettish glances, their conversations crackling with the energy of revolution, not the bloody kind, but the kind that overthrows ideas and fortresses of arrogance. Their laughter mixed with the scratch of quills and the rustle of silk skirts, crafting a cultural phenomenon that spread faster than the latest scandalous pamphlet. The atmosphere simmered with debates on liberty, reason, and the folly of absolute rule, proving that the sharpest weapons of the Enlightenment were not swords, but words spoken over a cup of tea. Subsequent monarchs, perhaps sensing this tidal wave of change, adopted the enlightened image like savvy directors casting a leading role. They swapped out bombastic displays of brute power for gestures of intellect and benevolence, dressing themselves not merely as divinely appointed rulers, but as patrons of knowledge and progress. Court painters captured princes and princesses not just draped in jewels, but with thoughtful expressions, surrounded by books and maps. A royal photo shoot where smizing trumped smoldering. The regal rigidity gave way to a new charisma, a royal presence that seemed to say, I'm both majestic and intellectually cool, long before anyone coined that phrase. Ironically, this shift owed much to the often ignored architects of influence, the women behind the scenes who wielded ideas like scepters. Madame de Vaux's legacy wasn't just a change in style, but a seismic reimagining of power itself, proof that influence need not always roar from the throne to reshape the kingdom. Their salons smelled like burnt candle wax and spilled wine, echoing with clever satire and a hint of scandal, creating a vibrant cultural crucible that outshone any royal decree. It's as if history handed the mic to these women and said, here's your spotlight, own it. And own it they did, with a fierce brilliance that still dazzles today. So when you think of the age of enlightenment, don't just picture powdered wigs and stiff men in silk breeches. Picture Madame de Vaux's sparkling salon, alive with passionate debate, and the rustle of pages turning. Picture women reshaping kings and queens, not by the sword, but with the sharp edge of reason and charm, rewriting the script of power with a style that modern PR teams would envy. Their legacy is a lasting testament, like a lighthouse casting a steady glow, reminding us that the visage of power can be both luminous and accessible. And honestly, who wouldn't want a throne room buzzing with the same energy as a buzzing coffee shop in Brooklyn, circa 2024? Enlightenment, after all, was the original glow-up. The cobblestones of the capital's main square rattled beneath the boots of restless citizens, their breath steaming in the chill morning air. At the heart of this urban frenzy stood Merck, a lanky pamphleteer with eyes sharp as a hawk's, and a grin that promised trouble. His voice, rough and booming, cut through the noise like a lion's roar in the wild, capturing the attention of market vendors, gossiping nobles, and idle children alike, clutching a freshly printed flyer in one hand. He declared that the people were no longer meek lambs, but a mighty lion trapped behind iron bars. Not just any beast, but the roaring lion of liberty. The metaphor was more than imagery. It was a spark waiting to ignite the tinder of rebellion against the stale, oppressive regime towering above them like a dark, unyielding fortress. Merck's words painted a vivid picture. Imagine, he urged, a great lion pacing restlessly in a cage, muscles coiled and eyes burning with the fire of injustice. The crowd could almost hear the deep, thunderous roar vibrating through the metal, shaking the air like a distant storm rolling over forgotten mountains. It was an eloquent way of describing their collective agony, penned up, silenced, and underfed by a ruling elite who feasted on their sweat and whispered sweet lies of peace. Even the sharp smell of roasted chestnuts from a nearby vendor seemed to fade, swallowed by the electric tension buzzing in the crowd's veins. Merck joked that soon the lion wouldn't just roar, it'd break those bars, turn the palace into rubble and tango with tyranny's corpse like it was the season finale of a wildly popular gladiator show. The metaphor wasn't just clever, it was insurgent gospel, crackling with a raw, rebellious life that made shopkeepers drop their coins and apprentices forget their errands. People dug the image because it painted them as powerful, as unstoppable forces lurking beneath the surface, not the whining peasants history books loved to snore about, but a tempest ready to swallow the old guard whole. The ruling class, perched in their velvet-draped chambers, had been spinning their own fairy tales. But Merck's lion was an unvarnished truth that gnawed at their complacency like a rat nibbling on palace cheese. As Merck gestured broadly, the scent of dust, sweat, and ink from his flyers mingled into a perfume of revolution. Laughter bubbled up when he added, with a wink, that even the most stubborn aristocrat would soon be howling along with the lion, if only to save their own skins. The streets responded in kind, swelling with a new energy as whispers turned to chants, and chants thundered like a war drum beating through narrow alleys and shadowed plazas. Merck's lion was no mere beast. It was a beacon, a collective identity that united the fragmented cries for justice into one thunderous voice. Listeners felt it in their bones, a shaking awareness that the cage wasn't just iron, it was a chokehold on their very lives and dreams. The sharp clang of a blacksmith hammering nearby echoed the metaphor perfectly, as if the rhythm was forging chains and breaking them all at once. Even the street dogs ceased their barking for a moment, ears pricked, as if sensing impending changes tastier than their usual scraps. As dusk spun a blanket of dusky purple over the city, Merck folded his pamphlets, lips curled in a sly smirk of victory. The roaring lion of liberty had been unleashed into the minds of thousands who now saw themselves not as meek subjects, but as a pride ready to seize the savannah of freedom. It was no small thing to turn fear into fierce hope, hunger into hunger for justice, whispers into a roar that could topple kings and kings alike. Somewhere, a bard tuned his lute, eager to turn Merck's roaring metaphor into a ballad sung in taverns and rebel camps for years to come. And so, in that gritty, ragtag square, history's long hand wrapped itself around a lion's paw, promising the overthrow of tyranny with a thunderous, unforgettable roar. The revolution poured into the streets like wildfire, and soon the beastly metaphors slithered into the heart of its propaganda. In smoky taverns and crowded squares, the ruling senators became infamous as venomous serpents, slick, cold-blooded creatures that struck from the shadows with daggered tongues and forked lies. Their presence was painted in hissing murals, their faces twisted into scaly, spectral monsters who spewed poison that corroded the people's trust. The acrid smell of burning parchment mixed with the sharp tang of sweat from fervent crowds, each chant a venomous rattle against the corrupt elite. It was a savage theater of image and sound, where the scent of fear and anger clung like smoke in the air, and the serpent metaphor bit deep into the collective imagination. But the revolution was not a safe den free from serpents of its own. Behind the fiery slogans and the beat of war drums, rival factions coiled like vipers, twisting the beast imagery to their advantage. One group's serpent was another's savior, the lines between hero and monster blurred. Secret whispers in cramped rooms compared comrades to snakes ready to strike, their allegiance as slippery as wet scales. As propaganda turned inward, the air chilled with suspicion. Where once the people rallied with righteous fury, now shadows lengthened and trust oozed away like venom dripping from fangs. In their moments of doubt, the rebels caught themselves speaking the same venomous language that had condemned their enemies. Their words threatened to morph them into the very monsters they swore to destroy. A bitter irony that tasted like copper on their tongues. Rally speeches once full of hope now snapped and hissed, crawling with the same venomous barbs. Like a snake shedding skin that only revealed new poison beneath, their rhetoric risked turning loyalty into fear and courage into paranoia. The revolution's fiery furnace, it seemed, was forging serpents, all too willing to strike each other down in the name of purity. The scent of damp earth and sweat mingled with this growing tension as the fold faced a reckoning. Could they push back without becoming the beasts they despised? Some urged softer words and open hands, whispers of mercy and humanity, like cool rain on dry scales. Others roared for venomous justice, demanding the serpents in the Senate be crushed utterly beneath unyielding boots. The cacophony of voices rose, like a serpent's choir twisting and turning, weaving a dangerous harmony that crackled with potential chaos. Every metaphor sharpened into a weapon or a shield, depending who held it, reminding all that language itself could be a serpent's bite. By the time the dust settled, the snake was no longer just a symbol pinned to corrupt senators. It had become a mirror within the revolution's heart. The rebels stood in a liminal space where the shadows of their own monstrous reflections flickered in torchlight, daring them to confront their fears. Would they crush the serpents, or find themselves tangled in the coils of their own venom? It was a twisted game, part fable and part grim reality, where everyone risked becoming the monster if they let the beastly metaphors slip any deeper into their souls. And as any survivor of a snake pit knows, sometimes the deadliest bite comes not from outside, but from the serpents curled within. In the drowsy heat of the rural provinces, whispers of rebellion slithered through the tall grass like restless snakes. The rebels' crude but catchy posters plastered on barn doors, and crooked fences painted peasants as a formidable bear, muscular, lumbering, but crushed under a heap of iron chains labeled taxes. The imagery was as blunt as a cudgel. The bear, once proud and free, now limping under the unbearable weight of oppression. The villagers, smelling the sour sweat and stale smoke from the nearby fields, grinned nervously at these bold claims. Whether they saw themselves as beasts or burdened was another matter entirely. Life here was a smelly stew of hard labor, stale bread, and the ever-present fear that they might snap under the strain. Anya, a weathered farmer with hands cracked open like old leather boots, stood before the latest poster stuck on her ramshackle barn. The bear's fierce eyes seemed to glare straight into her soul, making her shoulders tighten, as if she too carried those invisible chains. Her home smelled of damp earth and spoiled cabbage, a scent that clung to her like a second skin, reminders of a life she both cherished and loathed. She rubbed her knuckles, dirty and scarred from planting seeds and wrestling stubborn goats, wondering if she was already part beast, poised to be tamed or trapped in revolt's fierce embrace. Quiet moments like this felt loaded, charged with the weight of decisions that could roar or wither her small world. The call to arms was like a slap in the face covered in honey. Sweet promises of freedom dripping over bitter threats of brutal crackdowns. Rebels spun their beastly propaganda like bards spinning tall tales, painting peasants as more bare than human, capable of waking with a fury no taxman could tame. Yet the irony wasn't lost on Anya. She'd seen bears up close during winter trips to the forest, and let's just say they weren't exactly cuddly. The thought of joining such a brutal pack stirred a gnawing fear. Would she become the beast everyone feared, or stay the hunted in a world gone mad? Evenings carried the rattling sounds of clanking chains from the manor's tax collectors, a rhythm as predictable and exhausting as the sunrise. Anya's heart thudded against her ribs like a frantic drum each time those boots thudded up the muddy path. The stale air was thick with the smell of decay, rotting leaves, sour milk, and the constant metallic hint of sweat mixed with the manure from her animals. She pictured herself in a cage, growling back at those who sought to break her spirit, caught between human hesitation and beastly rage. The village gossip, sharp-tongued and cruel, called her the half-bear, a nickname she hated and secretly wore like battle-scar armor. At last, under a moon smeared with smoke and stars, Anya's choice clenched in her gut like a wild blackberry, sweet but sour with regret. The bear's burden was not just a metaphor. It was a living, breathing reality, hiding in plain sight on aching backs and blistered hands. She wasn't just deciding whether to rise up. She was confronting the beast inside herself, the flicker of darkness that might claim her in the chaos. With the crackle of firewood and the hoot of an owl for company, Anya took a breath heavy with dust and resolve, stepping toward a future where maybe, just maybe, the bear might howl free instead of breaking. After all, even the fiercest bears have stories to tell, and hers was just beginning to growl. The evening air hung thick and electric, as if the very world held its breath beneath a velvet sky smeared with stars. High above, the monarch, an eagle majestic and cruel, spread its vast wings, casting a shadow that swallowed villages whole. This wasn't any ordinary bird. It was the embodiment of power, sharp-eyed and relentless, poised to swoop down and snuff out the flickering flames of rebellion with a talon's brutal grace. The scent of smoke and sweat mingled with the metallic tang of tension, a grim prelude to the storm about to break. The eagle's cry pierced the night, a stark reminder that tyranny rarely announces its arrival with anything less than a roar. But the rebels had a secret weapon, a wild menagerie of beasts stitched together like some mythic Avengers team. The lion, proud and ferocious, prowled through alleyways, its golden mane catching glimmers of torchlight, roaring challenges that shook the cobblestones. Alongside it slithered the serpent, cold and calculating, weaving through shadows with a hiss that promised venom in every strike. And in the deepest darkness, the bear lumbered, a hulking beast whose growl rattled bones and whose heavy paws smashed barricades like brittle twigs. Together, they moved in a coordinated dance of chaos, painting the night with claws and fangs, as pungent sweat mixed with the dank smell of wet earth and spilled blood. The night raid unfolded like a savage symphony, each beast playing its part with brutal precision. The lion's furious charge shattered the enemy ranks, teeth bared beneath a moon drenched in silver light, while the serpent's stealthy strikes whispered of poison and deceit, making foes doubt their own shadows. The bear's thunderous roars and bone-crushing blows cleared paths where none dared tread, sending shockwaves through the eagle's glittering domain. You could almost taste the smoky grit in the air, hear the clash of steel and the desperate gasps of oppressors who had underestimated the ferocity of nature turned rebel. It was no ordinary battle. It was a vivid carnivalesque nightmare that smeared predators against predators. And then the moment came when the eagle, forced from its lofty perch, had to confront its own savage instincts, not just the ruler, but the ruthless hunter beneath the crown. It circled lower, talons extended, eyes aflame with fury and surprise, feeling the sting of the very predatory forces it had used to dominate for so long. The irony was as thick as the sweat dripping from its feathers. The eagle was no longer the unchallenged Sky King. It was a beast fighting for survival amid a pack that knew its weaknesses. Sounds of snarling and screeching filled the air, a brutal reminder that no kingdom built on fear flies forever without a reckoning. By dawn, the battlefield was littered with the remnants of claws and courage, an earthy stew of blood, feathers, and shattered pride. The eagle, once a symbol of untouchable might, now limped among the ruins of its empire, forced to reckon with the beasts it had ignited in rebellion. Somewhere between the scent of crushed earth and the dry crackle of dying fires, a new order whispered, one forged not by soaring dominance, but by the raw, unyielding teeth of those who refused to be prey. The eagle's descent wasn't just a fall. It was the beginning of a savage, beautiful metamorphosis the kingdom would never forget. If Shakespeare were here, he'd say, "What's done is Claude." Once the dust settled and the smoke of countless battles drifted away, the surviving leaders found themselves staring at the beastly metaphors that had once roared fear into their hearts. Those fierce creatures, the lion, the serpent, the bear, and even the soaring eagle, had been weapons of fear and division, jagged symbols meant to pit neighbor against neighbor. Yet there in the rubble, amid the stench of sweat, blood, and burnt parchment, those same metaphors began to stretch and yawn, like sniffing the air after a long nap. What if these beasts weren't just monsters to fight, but parts of a larger family? The talk around ragged campfires began to sound less like war cries and more like the start of something oddly like hope. The lion, once a symbol of ruthless dominion, was now spoken of as the heart of courage, brassy and bold, yes, but also protective, like a stubborn golden retriever who refuses to let danger near the pack. The serpent shed its sinister skin and slithered into tales of wisdom and survival, a slickness that saved lives rather than snuffed them out in venomous strikes. Meanwhile, the bear lumbered into stories as a symbol of resilience, its grisly growl now a comforting rumble that echoed the unyielding spirit of the people, like a great, grumpy uncle who's always got your back, even if he smells a bit funky. The eagle. The eagle, once the aloof overlord of the skies, softened into a symbol of vision and freedom, soaring high, yet watching over the new order with sharp, keen eyes. This unexpected transformation didn't happen overnight. It was a slow sort of magic born from the ashes of conflict. In smoky meeting halls, where tired hands traced the outlines of painted banners, debates raged hotter than coffee left boiling too long, but with a growing sense of something closer to laughter. The beasts, in all their messy glory, became unlikely mascots for a revolution that refused to vanish into the grave of history. Instead, they marched side by side in murals, in songs that scraped the throat like a rusty guitar string, and in stories whispered under breath that smelled faintly of cheap whiskey and fresh earth. Suddenly, these fearsome creatures felt less like adversaries and more like quirky cousins at a family reunion you didn't know you wanted to attend. As the new order took hold, the metaphors wove themselves into the fabric of daily life, a shared mythic brotherhood as tangled and vibrant as the underbrush after a spring rain. Markets hummed with the chatter of children chasing each other, yelling the names of beasts as if invoking blessings instead of curses. Leaders, those once terrified survivors, began to wear the images of beasts on their banners and badges, not as tribal weapons, but as badges of honor earned through scars and stories. Even the scent of smoke from hearth fires no longer carried the acrid sting of war, but the warm, comforting aroma of hope, unity, and the occasional burnt stew, because revolutionaries, like all families, never quite master the cooking. In the end, what began as savage metaphors of chaos and terror became a patchwork quilt of belonging, stitched together with the rough threads of resilience and humor. The lion growled no more in anger, but in pride. The serpent coiled not to strike, but to guard. The bear stood not to crush, but to shield. And the eagle's cry wasn't one of dominance, but of watching over a future still brilliantly uncertain. The saga closed not on a note of bitter finality, but a wry smile, the kind that says, "We survived this beastly mess together. And hey, maybe we learned a thing or two about family along the way." Truly, from beast to brotherhood, the revolution found its roar in the chorus of unity. Nestled deep within the craggy folds of the Alps, the village of Glarental was a place where winters bit like a rabid wolf, and summers smelled of wild thyme and cow dung, a fragrant mix that locals cherished or tolerated in quiet resignation. Here, by the flickering hearth of a smoky tavern that doubled as the village's cultural hotspot, an old man named Anselm prepared to spin a tale that would echo far beyond these mountain walls. His voice, rough as gravel and warm as fresh bread, carried the weight of years and the playful twinkle of one who knew stories could charm even the fiercest storm. As villagers settled in, noses red from the chill and boots caked in mud, the night began to thrum with anticipation, and the sharp scent of pine snagged on stone. Anselm's story opened with the moonlit maiden, a figure as ethereal as the mist that curled around the pines outside, yet as grounded as the rocky soil beneath their feet. She danced alone under the silver gleam, her footsteps silent, but her presence loud enough to stir both awe and unease. Villagers, weary from hard days and even harder winters, leaned in as he wove vivid images, the shimmer of her pale dress, the haunting echo of her song, the way shadows clung to her like secrets. This was no ordinary fairy tale. It tapped into the spine-tingling alpine folk belief that music, when played just right, could coax spirits from their slumber and summon them to witness the earthly world once more. With a theatrical pause that caused a few dramatic shy teens to suppress giggles and the old midwife to tug her shawl tighter, Anselm introduced the players. A lost shepherd whose flute had broken, a cunning woodcutter with secrets in his eyes, and of course, the moonlit maiden herself, whose origins became a puzzle wrapped in silver mist and whispered warnings. The storytelling was as vivid as the village's rugged landscape, the rough bark of the twisted larches, the biting chill threading through the cracks of their wooden seats, even the faint, unpleasant tang of spilled mead beneath the table that no one dared wipe away, lest the magic disappear. Each character was painted with bold strokes, alive enough to make one half expect a chorus of spirits to waltz through the door, just to be part of the drama. Anselm punctuated the tale with snippets of music plucked from his battered lute notes that seemed to rise with the crackle of the fire and ripple through the crowd like a warm breeze in an alpine storm. It was in this melody that the folk belief truly caught fire. The idea that these melodies were more than mere sound, that they could bridge the chasm between life and the beyond, coaxing the unseen to join in the dance. Villagers exchanged knowing looks, the kind shared by those who have heard strange sounds in the night or felt an unexplained touch on a cold shoulder. The music wasn't just accompaniment, it was the heart beating beneath the tale, the invisible thread pulling spirits closer and binding the audience in rapt attention. By the time Anselm's night had drawn to a close, the tavern was thick with a smoky haze, and the kind of silence born from collective enchantment, broken only by the occasional cough or the squelch of muddy boots moving toward home. The moonlit maiden's legend was no longer just a figment of one storyteller's imagination, but had taken root in the minds and hearts of those present, ready to travel far beyond the alpine peaks. Who could guess, amid the clatter of mugs and fading laughter, that this very tale would one day sweep the grand opera houses of Europe, trading muddy boots for velvet slippers and mountain murmurs for soaring arias. But for now, it belonged to Glarental, that smoky, snow-bitten night where magic was spun from words and music, and the spirit of the mountains whispered its first secret under heavy skies and roads slick with mud. A weary merchant trudged across the dusty trade routes, clutching a fragile parchment brimming with a handwritten folktale from distant lands. His satchel smelled of leather and stale cheese, while the faint clang of his wagon wheels mixed with the calls of street vendors hawking goods in a dozen languages. As he crossed the border into the stately courts of Vienna, the air shifted, scented with roasted chestnuts and polished mahogany, alive with chatter in powdered wigs and silk. This merchant, a bridge between worlds, carried far more than goods. He bore a story that yearned to dance beyond its origins and slip into the grand halls of empire. Once inside the ornate chambers of the Viennese court, the folktale found new ears, but not without confusion. Court musicians, with their worn violins and fluttering sheet music, hung on every word even as tongues tripped over strange names and odd turns of phrase, misinterpretations layered thick like spilled wine on carved oak tables. What was meant as a cunning fox suddenly became a clumsy fool, and a noble princess transformed into a cryptic riddle. Yet this tangled web of linguistic slips only deepened their intrigue, sparking a shared curiosity that smelled faintly of candle wax and ambition. The idea of turning a dusty scroll into operatic gold was no small feat, especially when cultural customs clashed like cymbals crashing unexpectedly in a quiet aria. Court composers gnawed on their quills, caught between the ragged charm of the tale and the expectations of aristocratic audiences who demanded grandeur and decorum. The juxtaposition of nomadic grit with Baroque flourish felt like mixing horseradish with honey odd, yet promising. Their rehearsals echoed through vaulted halls, filled with the scent of melted wax and cold marble, where even the echoes seemed to whisper secrets of faraway lands. Inevitably, the first attempts at adaptation stumbled, sounding more like misplaced pop tunes than epic sagas. The musicians grappled with melodies that felt both foreign and familiar, while noble listeners sipped their claret, blinking with equal parts bewilderment and delight. There was humor in these early experiments. A high note hit too soon. A dramatic pause wrestled prematurely into laughter, but also an unmistakable spark of something alive. It was as if the folktale were shedding its dusty coat, ready to flounce about the stage in the glittering guise of new art. Through this messy alchemy of caravans meeting courtiers, something remarkable took shape. A cultural transmission, neither pure nor simple, but brilliantly imperfect. The tale, once whispered among nomads and merchants, was now framed by intricate costumes and soaring arias, its heartbeat amplified through Vienna's grand theaters. Barriers of language and class tried to fence it in, but curiosity, oh, that indomitable pest, broke down those walls, inviting a whole new audience to listen, laugh, and perhaps, just perhaps, understand. Thus began the operatic journey from humble scroll to imperial spectacle, a testament to the unpredictable magic of cross-cultural exchange. Elise von Hartmann sat at her cluttered wooden desk, a nearly empty coffee cup cooling beside her, as the faint strains of an ancient folk melody whispered through the drafty window. This melody, buried deep within a dusty, worn folktale, had gripped her imagination tighter than a corset at court. In the smoky haze of 19th century Europe, where nationalism reigned like an overbearing monarch, Elise's inspiration collided with expectations thicker than the fog over the Rhine. She breathed in the scent of ink and paper, feeling both the thrill and the tyranny of translating myth into music without losing its raw, wild heart. It was like trying to fit a dragon's roar into a dainty teacup, impossible, but irresistibly tempting. Her patrons, aristocrats draped in velvet and suspicion, hovered like hawks waiting for a mistake, demanding tales that glorified their nationalist pride. No room for messy magic or ambiguous endings. Elise had to dance a delicate ballet, weaving her private obsession with the folklore's mysterious melody into a libretto that satisfied these ironclad tastes. She chuckled dryly, imagining the stiff nobles trying to appreciate the subtlety of a myth that twisted like a river rather than marched in a parade. Yet beneath their polished expectations, Elise found cracks, tiny crevices, through which the wild spirit of the folktale could sneak through her music. Subtle, but alive, with ancient truths, she was playing a game of hide-and-seek with history itself, and she intended to win. Nights blurred into dawns as Elise sketched scenes with restless fingers, the scratching of her quill sounding like a heartbeat in the dim candlelight. She could almost hear the villagers from long ago, their laughter, their fears, the gritty feel of mud underfoot, their songs rising around smoky fires. It was no dusty museum exhibit she conjured, but a living, breathing world full of sweat, joy, and danger. The melody, simple but stubborn, became a thread weaving through her work, anchoring the larger-than-life characters to something real and wild. Elise felt like a wizard conjuring spells, not from a book, but from the primal echoes of a people's soul. Her struggles weren't just artistic. They were political theater masquerading as musical composition. The clinking of coins and the rustle of silk from the patron's box reminded her how fragile her freedom was, dangling by diplomatic threads. Nationalism was the era's favorite monster, one that gobbled up stories and spat out propaganda. Still, Elise rebelled quietly, infusing her libretto with layers that invited her audience to read between the varnished lines and hear the echoes of a freer, wilder past. She imagined her music as a secret handshake among rebels, a subtle nudge to remember the myths that refused to be tamed. Finally, with the libretto complete and notes swirling around her like autumn leaves, Elise leaned back and let the faint scent of ink and candle smoke wash over her like a victory song. She had wrestled a wild tale from the grip of noble expectations and forged it into opera, a beast part myth, part spectacle, with its ancient heart still beating strong. Somewhere between the soaring arias and the hushed whispers of folk melody, she preserved a little magic, a little rebellion, and a lot of truth. In the clatter of the city outside, beneath the pomp and the pressure, Elise's vision pulsed, a testament to how one woman's passion could rewrite history, one note at a time. the Grand Opera House, a towering beast of iron and velvet, thrummed with restless energy as curious patrons in their lacy collars and top hats gathered beneath glittering chandeliers. Outside, the street vendors hawked roasted chestnuts and cheap cigars, the scent drifting in like an uninvited guest. Inside, the air was thick with anticipation, and a faint, persistent musk of worn leather and perfume mingling beneath the gilt decor. Elise, the composer, sat backstage clutching her score, fingers trembling as if they knew the legacy riding on every note about to leap into the world. As the orchestra tuned their instruments to the dull roar, whispers rippled through the crowd, eager for what folklore might emerge from this highbrow temple of music. The theater seemed to hold its breath when the curtain parted to reveal a dim, moonlit stage where shadows danced like restless spirits. The story was no longer whispered around firesides or in hushed village gatherings. Here, it was transformed, timeless folk tale, baptized anew in arias and orchestral swells. Every eye was glued to the moonlit maiden, a figure draped in shimmering silks and mystery, poised to sing the soul of an ancient chant woven into Elise's score. Then came the aria, oh, that surprising, spine-tingling aria. Like a lightning bolt cutting through the buzz, the maiden's voice soared, trembling with raw, haunting beauty that echoed the original folk chant, but was amplified by the grandeur of the orchestra. The crowd, caught between disbelief and awe, felt a stirring in their chests, a connection sparking across the divide of class and culture. From the dusty boots of the working class merchant to the jeweled hands of the aristocratic noble, emotions pooled and rippled like a communal heartbeat. It was as if the very moonlight on stage had reached out and touched their souls. Behind the scenes, Elise watched the faces of the audience ripple and change, as if the soundtrack was stitching them together in a patchwork quilt of shared experience. The folk tale was no longer just a story told by grandmothers around flickering fires. It was now a living, breathing entity pulsing through the cultural veins of 19th century Europe. The smell of sweaty anticipation mixed with the bittersweet nostalgia of the tale's origins, reminding everyone that art, no matter how polished, always carries its wild roots within. Elise smirked, secretly pleased that the dusty old chant had survived the opera's glossy makeover, like a folk hero in a designer suit. As the final notes fluttered away like autumn leaves caught in a gentle breeze, the audience erupted, a cacophony of claps, cheers, and even a few startled sobs breaking the once hushed ambience. The moonlit maiden had done more than just sing. She had bridged centuries and social divides, proving that even in the glittering, stuffy world of opera, folk tales still had a place. and a power to unite. Elise took her bow, basking in the electric glow of success, knowing she had achieved the near impossible, transforming a simple village chant into a profound cultural moment. And so, in the flickering gaslights and smoky air of that unforgettable night, the folktales stepped boldly into a new era, dressed up and ready to enthrall a whole new audience. As the curtain rose across bustling European capitals, the opera's haunting melodies spilled out like an intoxicating perfume, somewhere between lilacs and lost hopes. Opera houses, thick with the scent of candle wax and sweat-dampened velvet, echoed with applause and occasional coughs, as audiences marveled at a tale once whispered by village fires, now reborn under gilded chandeliers. This folk story, once rough-hewn and intimate, swaggered onto marble stages, its rustic rhythms infused with soaring arias that sent chills rippling down ribcage. Traveling from Paris to Vienna, then onward to distant Berlin, the opera ignited imaginations and inspired artists to don their own creative cloaks, weaving new threads into the tapestry of an old, familiar legend. It was as if the story itself had sprouted wings, flapping furiously through smoky cafes and lecture halls, rousing spirited debates over pints and quills alike. These adaptations didn't just dress up folk tales in frills, they transformed them, sometimes with the subtlety of a sledgehammer rather than a scalpel. In Venice, a librettist obsessed with matching drama to the city's murky canals infused the narrative with eerie, fog-drenched shadows and brooding Venetian gondoliers crooning in minor keys. Meanwhile, a Prussian scholar with a penchant for history scribbled furiously, challenging every twist and turn, as if unmasking a secret behind the legend's theatrical mask. The air was thick with cigar smoke and ink as lectures and essays volleyed across salons, debating whether this spectacle elevated village myths to high art or sold out their rustic grit for fashionable tastes. Behind the scenes, composers and playwrights wore skeptical smiles, part proud architects of culture, part bemused tricksters in a game where folk wisdom collided with lofty ambitions. Yet, for all the polish and grandeur, the original folk tale's earthy roots still poked through like stubborn weeds in a manicured garden. You could smell it in the damp earth, hear it in the cracking fireside voices, and even taste it in the gritty stew of smoky taverns, where the common folk first spun their yarns. The opera's orchestration fluttered and roared, but the heart of the story pulsed with the uneven rhythms of real lives, cracked hands, midnight fears, forbidden loves, and the kind of humor that bites with a wink and a nudge. Even as velvet curtains rose and fell, the echo of genuine folk culture hummed beneath layers of orchestral flourish. This blend of raw humanity and grand performance created a strange alchemy, one that dazzled the aristocrats, but also summoned whispers of nostalgia for simpler, dirtier times. What unfolded across 19th century Europe was more than just entertainment. It was a grand experiment in cultural exchange, a peeling back and reshaping of identities cloaked in familiar stories. Opera singers, with lungs that could crater mountains, carried snippets of village legends into imperial palaces, while scholars iced their arguments with academic finesse, all while barbers and innkeepers debated the finer points over greasy mugs of ale. This cross-pollination challenged who owned stories. Were they the property of peasants or princes, written in dirt or ink? Each city lent its own seasoning, from Madrid's sun-baked rhythms to London's fog-laden whispers, turning a simple folktale into a kaleidoscope of sounds and meanings. It was a cultural potluck where everyone brought something to the table, and sometimes the flavors clashed, leading to both triumphs and hilarious misunderstandings. In the opera's final act, a reflective chorus emerged, not just as a melody, but as a meditation on memory and change. The singers, voices entwined like ivy climbing ancient stone, pondered the paradox of preservation, how to honor the raw, messy origins without trapping them in a glass coffin of reverence. They sang of transformation as both loss and renewal, the messy dance of culture evolving beneath the gaze of curious eyes and eager ears. As their harmonies faded into the cool night air, the audience was left with a lingering question. Can art capture the wild, unruly spirit of folk tales? Or does every retelling tame it into something new and unrecognizable? In that haunting silence, one thing was clear: these echoes through Europe would continue to ripple, shifting shape and meaning with every telling, forever tangled in the glorious chaos of cultural change. In the dusty twilight of a bargain bookshop, nestled between smoke-blackened factories, Eleanor Whitford stumbled upon a treasure most curious, a brittle manuscript whose faded ink whispered promises of long-lost beauty. The pages smelled of mothballs, aged paper, and a faint trace of lavender from a time when perfume wasn't just smog with a smile. Eleanor, a bright-eyed scholar with ink-stained fingers and a penchant for dusty mysteries, felt as if she discovered a secret love letter from the past to the future. This manuscript, with its classical ideals of symmetry, balance, and grace, painted beauty not merely as skin deep, but an architecture of the soul, a concept that glittered like a rare gem in the smoky Victorian haze. The Victorian era, despite its prim corsets and petticoats, was a battlefield where beauty was fiercely contested Imagine a soap opera where Dickens and Darwin duked it out with paintbrushes and prose. Aliner's quest to unravel these shifting ideals took her through crowded streets filled with clattering horse-drawn carts, and the pungent mix of coal smoke and wet stone. Factories roared like metallic beasts, shaking windows and shaking old beliefs about what it meant to be beautiful. The classical think Grecian goddesses with chiseled perfection began to fade under soot-stained fingers, replaced by the rough-hewn faces of industrial laborers, forcing literature to wrestle with a new kind of beauty born from grime and grit. As the manuscript spilled its wisdom, Aliner traced how beauty in literature began to reflect not just perfect physiognomy, but also moral worth and social reform. The ideals of fairness expanded beyond porcelain cheeks and golden tresses to embrace empathy, education, and even rebellion against Victorian stifling norms. Characters once trapped in decorative roles started to burst into life. Women who read books instead of just adorning parlors. Men whose strength lay in kindness more than arm muscles. You could almost hear the creak of tight corsets loosening and the rustle of pages turning faster as writers grappled with these new ideals. Pushing back against the stiff-lipped statues of classical beauty with vibrant, flawed humanity, Aliner's scholarly journey felt like binge-watching a soap opera where every episode unraveled a new layer of what beauty could mean. Sometimes hilarious, sometimes heartbreakingly real. She chuckled, imagining Victorian novelists with their powdered wigs and moral compasses, trying to fit soot-covered factory girls into their refined ideas of loveliness. But the era's turbulent social reforms, the push for education, women's rights, and better labor laws blew through these notions like a fresh breeze through a stuffy drawing room. This tension birthed literary characters who embodied the evolving spirit of fairness, reflecting a society caught between clinging to ancient marble ideals and forging gritty, living truths amid the era's smoke and steel. By the time the last page of the manuscript lay open before Aliner, she realized the story of beauty in Victorian literature wasn't just about appearances. It was a story about change, struggle, and hope wrapped in the folds of ink and paper. That forgotten text, once buried in dust and shadows, had sparked a conversation that roared louder than factory whistles and echoed through the cobbled streets of history. Aliner closed the book, her heart light but her mind alight, knowing that the true foundations of fairness were ever shifting, shaped by the messy, colorful lives of those daring to redefine beauty on their own terms. In this dusty manuscript, she found not only a history, but a blueprint for future tales, where beauty wasn't a statue, but a living, breathing rebellion. Aliner's shoes crunched on the soot-darkened cobblestones of Manchester, a city buzzing with the relentless hum of industry and the sharp tang of coal smoke choking the sky. Gone were the pristine gardens of her aristocratic youth, replaced by labyrinthine factories belching steam and sweat into the gray air. As she navigated this gritty urban sprawl, the soft glow of gas lamps sputtering through the fog seemed less like romance and more like a stage set for labor's harsh theater. Here, beauty wasn't wrapped in lace and jasmine. It was carved from calloused hands and stained faces, a far cry from the porcelain dolls of Victorian parlors. Aliner's senses rebelled against this rawness, but curiosity propelled her forward, deeper into the heart of the industrial shadows. It was in a cramped, smoke-stained tavern thick, with the scent of stale ale and spilled ink, that Aliner met Thomas Gray, a poet-activist whose words pounded like the factory hammers outside. Thomas didn't pen delicate sonnets about blooming roses or moonlit lanes. Instead, his verses spat grit and grime, painting beauty in the sweat and struggle of the working class. Picture a barred Michelangelo angsting over soot-blackened boots and factory walls, his passion as messy as the coal dust clinging to his threadbare coat. He recited with a voice rough as gravel, yet crackling with defiance, weaving tales that peeled back the glossy curtain over aristocratic ideals, revealing a pulsing, bruised human heart beneath. Aliner found herself caught between two worlds: the aristocratic ideal of beauty, fragile and poised like a rare orchid hidden behind glass, and the rugged, unvarnished truth Thomas championed. His poetry challenged the notion that beauty was only skin deep or found in the delicate petals of roses handed at garden parties. Instead, he argued, beauty could be raw, resilient, and relentless, more akin to the stubborn dandelions pushing through cracked bricks in these grimy streets. This clash wasn't just aesthetic, but a battle of values and voices. The quiet songs of the elite versus the roaring chorus of a rising working class demanding recognition. Aliner's sensibilities began to stretch and shift, like the uneven shadows cast by flickering flames in the tavern's low light. As smoke curled around the spinning wheels of progress outside, Aliner and Thomas shared moments heavy with the smell of paper and sweat, their talks punctuated by the clatter of machinery and distant shouts from factory floors. It was easy to romanticize London balls or garden facades, Aliner mused, but Thomas's gritty verses grounded her in a reality far less tidy, where beauty was found in endurance and the defiant human spirit. The burgeoning industrial world painted a stark silhouette against the once comforting ideals of Victorian gentility, fracturing the perfect image of pale cheeks and delicate gloves. Here, beauty's evolution was messy and loud, a transformation unpolished and unashamed, much like the city itself. In the end, Elinor walked away from Manchester, not just with a notebook full of Thomas's poems, but a renewed, complicated understanding of beauty, one that embraced grime as much as grace. The industrial shadows hadn't dimmed her vision, they'd sharpened it, forcing her to confront the raw edges of society and art. She realized that beauty, like progress, was never stationary. It shifted with every puff of coal smoke and every pen stroke that dared to rewrite the narrative. As she boarded the train back to her sheltered world, Elinor carried with her the seed of a new aesthetic, one that, quite honestly, might make the strictest Victorian aunt clutch her pearls. But then again, revolutions in taste, like factory whistles, are tricky to ignore. London's smoky labyrinth of alleyways buzzed with a fevered energy that felt like a secret whispered just beneath the city's prim and proper veneer. Our duo found themselves plunged into the vibrant chaos of the bohemian underworld, where gas lamps flickered over paint-streaked faces and serpentine curls. The air carried a heady mix of cheap tobacco, sizzling grease from street vendors, and faint hints of lavender mingled with something harsher, sweat, rebellion, and a dash of theatrical smoke. This wasn't the stifling drawing rooms of Victorian propriety. Here, every thread of fabric and every daring smile screamed defiance against the era's grim moral compass. Enter Lady Vivienne, a vision plucked straight from a surrealist's fever dream, flaming red hair cascading wild as tangled fire, diamonds flashing like rebellion baked into her grin. Her costumes clung like second skins, shimmering with the clash of jewel tones and audacious design that would have made Queen Victoria clutch her pearls in scandal. On stage, she was a tempest, striding with the confidence of a lioness in silk stockings, her voice a sultry weapon slicing through staid conventions. The aesthetic movement was her kingdom, and she wielded beauty like a cleverly brewed potion, intoxicating and illicit, a prank on the rigid tables of moral certainty. With every swirl of her skirts and every arch of her brow, Lady Vivienne unraveled the old scripts of what a beautiful woman ought to be, redefining the archetype, not as a porcelain doll to be admired in silence, but as a wild card, a living, breathing act of rebellion. This was beauty smeared with smudges of nightclubs and theater grease paint. Beauty that smelt faintly of spilled absinthe and grit under freshly painted nails. Her very presence was a sly wink at the establishment, a carnival mirror reflecting the era's hypocrisies back with gleeful distortion. The stage was her canvas, and through her chaos, The timeless ideal of beauty morphed into something deliciously subversive. The duo watched, spellbound and slightly scandalized, as Lady Vivienne's performances tore through the air like a jazz riff played in a cathedral, unexpected, disruptive, yet irresistibly captivating. Her laughter tinkled over the clinking glasses and the murmured critiques, a sound part sonnet, part riotous street chant. Around her, the bohemians spun their own webs of creative defiance, draped in velvet, feathers, and the unapologetic scent of unorthodox dreams. This was no genteel flower festooned with lace, but a blazing emblem of artistic anarchy that spilled into everyday life and challenged the very notion of Victorian grace. As night bled into dawn, the line between performance and reality blurred, leaving the duo tangled in a kaleidoscope of sensation and ideas they hadn't bargained for. Lady Vivienne's flamboyant acts weren't just entertainment. They were a manifesto scrawled in sequins and whispered in shadowy parlors, proclaiming that beauty could be wild, reckless, even rude. The chapter of the beauty archetype they thought they knew snapped like brittle china, replaced by something wilder, sharper, a performance art of existence itself. And as the gas lamps dimmed and the London fog swallowed the revelers whole, they understood that the aesthetic rebellion was far from over. It had only just begun. In the dimly lit parlor of a grand Victorian townhouse, thick with the scent of pipe smoke and wilting roses, Aline, Thomas, and Vivienne gathered like gladiators in a verbal arena. The air buzzed with anticipation, a cocktail of heated tea and ink-stained manuscripts hanging heavy between them. Aline, clutching her lace-edged fan, championed a vision of beauty rooted in propriety. The porcelain-skinned ideal draped in modesty, where every gesture was measured and every glance demure. Thomas, with his grease-streaked sleeves and calloused hands, spat the polish for something raw and true. The grime of industrial life, the soot and sweat of factory workers, as worthy of poetic admiration as any noble countess. Vivienne, meanwhile, radiated a kind of reckless freedom, her sharp eyes blazing as she declared that beauty should dance beyond any cage, angry, hopeful, and unapologetically fierce. A living, breathing force entwined with society's restless soul. The debate flared faster than a gas lamp sputtering in the cold, each argument a sword thrust into the other's convictions. Aline's voice, smooth yet sword-sharp, insisted that beauty upheld the delicate social order, suggesting that, without its guiding light, civilization might crumble into chaos. Like a penny dreadful without a heroine, she quipped with a hint of mocking sweetness. Thomas countered with a grunt and a snarl, painting the grimy streets and factory whistles as the true muse. a gritty reality that popular novels and corseted belles pretended not to see. He barked out lines about soot-streaked faces and knotted muscles, reminding the room that art must wrestle with the ugly to find its meaning. Vivienne laughed then, a high, thrilling sound that clattered against the polished mahogany like the chatter of rebellious birds escaping a gilded cage. As voices rose and tempers flared, the salon transformed into a microcosm of Victorian England's tug-of-war. A kingdom caught between age-old decency, the rough-edged progress of the industrial age, and the wild, unpredictable tides of artistic rebellion. Aliner's pearls glinted nervously under the flickering candlelight, while Thomas's ink-stained fingers drummed the worn arm of his chair, seething with unspoken defiance. Vivienne stood, pacing like a caged lioness, her presence demanding that beauty not be strangled by tradition or obscured by soot, but instead explode into a kaleidoscope of voices and faces. Her words cut through the spiced tea haze, proposing a manifesto that declared beauty not as a fixed idol, but a fluid, socially engaged force, capable of shaping and reshaping itself according to the rhythms of the age. It was an anthem for the restless, a call for those who saw the world not in simple frames, but in brutal, vivid mosaics. Sweat beaded on brows, and the faint rustle of silk mingled with the harsh scrape of boots on wooden floorboards as the trio wove their visions into a fierce tapestry of disagreement and reluctant admiration. The clink of a dropped teacup punctuated a moment of breathless silence before Vivienne seized the pause like a conductor commanding a crescendo. Her voice firm, but laced with irony, she likened their debate to a theatrical farce, where each muse played their part too rigidly, forgetting that true beauty thrives in improvisation and disorder. Aliner flushed, but unbowed, conceded that perhaps the rigid frameworks did need a loosening, while Thomas grunted in agreement that art should not shy away from the grime. Physical or moral, the room, once a battlefield, now hummed with an uneasy camaraderie. The scent of burnt candle wax mingling with the smoky aroma of fired-up ideas. By the night's end, a trembling parchment lay between them, a manifesto dripping with ink and conviction, redefining beauty as a shapeshifter, at once rebellious and considerate, elegant and unrefined, a mirror reflecting the complexities of a shifting society. They had birthed a new muse born from their clash, one that would haunt the pages of Victorian literature with a restless energy, challenging readers to see beyond powdered cheeks and pristine collars. It was a moment as if Oscar Wilde himself had whispered behind the curtains, nodding at their audacity to upend the stale notions of his era. Outside, the city pulsed with the cacophony of steam engines and street vendors. unaware that within these walls a quiet revolution of words had begun, a beautiful, messy upheaval destined to echo through the corridors of time. The manifesto burst into the literary world like a clap of thunder on a dreary London afternoon, rattling teacups and stiff corsets alike. Its pages, crisp with conviction and dotted with scrawled notes in Aliner's hasty hand, spread quickly through smoky drawing rooms and musty bookshops. Victorian novelists and poets, those armored knights of prose and verse, found themselves both challenged and inspired, their quills twitching to rewrite the rules of beauty. No longer was beauty a porcelain doll frozen in time, but a ripple of passion, pain, and rebellion trickling through every chapter. Readers inhaled the scent of ink and change, sensing a new era dawning amid the scent of burnt gas lamps and lingering pipe smoke. Aliner, seated by her grimy window that forever seemed to frame a sky heavy with the threat of rain, reflected on her journey with a wry smile. The cobbled streets below thumped with the clatter of horse-drawn carts and the occasional shouts of market vendors hawking their wares, life itself bursting with raw, unpolished beauty. How far the archetype had traveled from the pale, stiff figures adorning parlor portraits, to vivid characters pulsing with contradictions and grit. It was like swapping a stiff cravat for a messy, rebellious splash of paint. She chuckled softly, imagining all those Victorian debutantes gasping at the idea that beauty could be loud, flawed, and wildly alive. What struck Aliner most was how Victorian literature didn't just alter beauty, it exploded it. Writers grasped it as a shapeshifter, sometimes luminous, sometimes bruised, and often caught in the messy chiaroscuro of human experience. The archetype no longer sat quietly on its pedestal, but charged through foggy moors and smoky parlors, a living, breathing force tangled in passion, politics, and scandal. Smells of damp earth, coal smoke, and spilled tea-stained stories that once might have been scrubbed white. Fiction became a kaleidoscope of truths, mishaps, and sighs too real for any refined lace handkerchief to contain. With renewed purpose, Aliner set to record these revelations for those who would follow after her, those brave enough to toss their own wet umbrellas into the storm of progress. Her pen scratched across rough paper with a determined ferocity, capturing the turbulence and transformation, the laughter, and the heartbreaks that shaped a new, dynamic beauty. She imagined future readers curled by digital fires, or perhaps blinking at glowing screens, learning from her scribbles and footnotes with the same eager eyes she'd once possessed. The act of recording felt almost sacred, as though she were bottling lightning to light the way for others in the murk of time. Closing her leather-bound journal with a soft thud, Elinor gazed out at the gas lamps, flickering to life along the fog-choked streets. A sly grin tugged at her lips, a knowing wink to history and to herself. The journey was far from over, she mused. Beauty had shed its antique mask, but was still dancing precariously on the edge of reinvention, waiting for the next bold wordsmith to seize it. Somewhere beyond the grime and clatter, hope glimmered like moonlight on the Thames, an endless dance of evolution, a story demanding no final chapter but perpetual unfolding. And with that, she felt the pulse of a future rich with possibility, bright and beautifully untamed, in the dizzying heart of the Han Dynasty's capital, where lanterns glowed like captured stars and silk fluttered with the weight of secrets. Li Wei shuffled through scrolls like a wizard of old. Empress Wu, her gaze sharp as a jade blade, summoned him to catalog the sacred beasts gracing the imperial banners. Creatures stitched in threads of gold and danger, roaring with silent authority. The air hung thick with incense, and the faint tang of sweat from palace guards, whose armor clanged like thunder as they paraded past. Li Wei's fingers grazed the embroidered dragons, phoenixes, and tigers, each a story, a symbol, a claim of celestial power stitched with painstaking reverence. Or perhaps, to cover up some royal paranoia, it was the menagerie of empire, where beasts wore the crown in place of men. Just as Li Wei was untangling the silk and symbolism, the marketplace echoed with unfamiliar chants, and the rhythm of sandals on cobblestones, the arrival of Aravind, a wandering monk from the far-off Gupta Empire, clad in saffron robes, smelling faintly of sandalwood and spice. Aravind carried tales heavier than his travel-worn satchel, stories of the mighty elephant revered in temples, and the Garuda, a bird so fierce it could make even a falcon feel like a dilettante. His voice, full of laughter and cracked from endless roads, contrasted sharply with the solemn court, like a guest star crashing a very serious royal party. Li Wei couldn't help but wonder if this was the start of an imperial crossover episode. East meets South, dragons meet elephants, and maybe a bit of divine bird drama. As the dusty sun climbed to its zenith, the two men gathered beneath a canopy of silk banners, alive with embroidered serpents and firebirds. The air buzzed with the hum of cicadas and distant gong beats, while the smell of roasted chestnuts wafted from nearby stalls, mingling with the grandeur of the palace gardens. Li Wei described the dragon's serpentine coils as a symbol of imperial mandate and cosmic order, while Aravind countered with stories of elephants, slow, steady, and patient, yet powerful enough to shake kingdoms beneath their majestic feet. The Garuda, he said, embodied the ultimate freedom, soaring beyond the clutches of earthly binds, a celestial rebel with feathers of flame. Their conversation was a dance of ideas, where lore crossed rivers and mountains, painting a tapestry richer than any silk thread. Yet beneath their scholarly exchange lurked an undercurrent of rivalry, as each animal carried not just myths, but the egos of entire civilizations. The dragon, said Li Wei, could summon storms and rule rivers, a beast so intertwined with Han identity that questioning it was like suggesting noodles weren't noodles. Meanwhile, Aravind quipped that elephants crushed armies and Garudas made serpents look like sluggish slugs, a deluxe insult in any mythic showdown. The palace walls seemed to lean in, listening to this verbal kung fu match, while a stray cat, more interested in discarded dumplings than imperial debates, prowled the stone corridors. In this menagerie of ideas, humor and pride tangled like the beasts themselves, revealing how symbolism could be both sacred and seriously entertaining. By dusk, as lanterns flickered and shadows danced like restless spirits, Empress Wu returned to witness this fusion of myth and meaning. The aroma of jasmine tea mixed with the crisp evening air, while the court's chatter softened to a respectful murmur. She smiled slyly, recognizing that these animals, stitched or spoken, were more than decoration. They were ambassadors, messengers bridging empires and eras. Li Wei and Aravind, now comrades in this grand narrative, had woven a new chapter in the imperial menagerie, where dragons might nod at elephants and Garudas spread their wings for distant skies. History might record battles and treaties, but here, amid banners and banter, it whispered of shared stories that could tame even the wildest beasts of empire. The grand halls of the Eastern empires buzzed not with gossip about court intrigue, but with the fiery debates of men who worshipped creatures from myth and legend. Li Wei, with eyes sharp as a hawk's, championed the dragon, its serpentine scales shimmering like molten jade, a symbol of imperial power and cosmic balance in Chinese tradition. Meanwhile, Aravind, draped in saffron robes and thick with incense smoke, championed the Naga, those serpent kings woven into Indian temple carvings, guardians of treasure and wisdom beneath muddy riverbanks. Neither would back down, their voices soaring like a clash of cymbals, echoing through marble pillars. Each convinced their totem was the true sovereign of spirit and symbol. It was as if Godzilla showed up to have a tea party with a Bollywood serpent, and neither was willing to share the teacup. The scholars and priests gathered in tight circles, their faces flushed with the heat of theological warfare. Perfumed oils mingled with the sharp tang of burnt sandalwood, filling the air as each faction parried arguments as deftly as a mahout handles his elephant. Some claimed the dragon's fiery breath spoke of celestial authority. Others swore the Naga's watery coils symbolized the eternal flow of life and death. The clatter of jade chess pieces punctuated their debates, but no one dared look out the window where shadows flickered oddly among the palace gardens. It seemed even the spirits were growing restless at this clash of icons. That restlessness soon revealed itself in the form of a rogue tiger's spirit, prowling the palace grounds, a beast neither mortal nor myth. Its amber eyes blazed with unpredictable fire, and its roar ripped through the silent courtyards like a thunderclap on a sunny day. Guards with hands trembling over their hilts faltered, their loyalty tested by the raw, untamed power that refused to bow to any emperor's decree or scholar's lecture. The air smelled of sweat and fear, mingled with the musk of crushed jasmine petals beneath the tiger's heavy paws. Li Wei and Aravind, caught between reverence and dread, realized this was no ordinary beast, but a living symbol that neither had fully understood. As the night grew darker, the tiger's prowls grew bolder, slipping between the moonlit bamboo and whispering through the plum blossom-laden corridors. The palace guards, once proud and steadfast, now shuffled nervously in armor that felt suddenly too heavy and constraining. Li Wei's voice cracked with a newfound respect as he confessed, "This creature embodies chaos, the wild spirit beyond our control." Aravind nodded, his usual serene aura trembling with unease. It was as if the tiger was reminding them that symbols, when untethered, could be as dangerous as the fiercest warlord, and twice as unpredictable. In the final hours before dawn, Li Wei and Aravind stood side by side beneath the ginkgo trees, their earlier quarrels drowned by a shared epiphany. The dragon and the Naga, for all their glory, represented order and tradition, but the tiger's spirit roared a warning. The untamed forces of nature and belief would not be caged by temples or thrones. It was a wild card, a reminder that symbols live not just in stone or scripture, but in the restless hearts of those who dare to wield them. As first light painted the sky, the scholars chuckled grimly, realizing that in this game of totems, sometimes you just have to hope the tiger doesn't swipe the chessboard off the table. The palace courtyard was suddenly alive with whispers as a brilliant white crane, feathery as fresh snow, and gleaming under the harsh sun, swept low over the towering walls. This wasn't just any bird, it was a celestial messenger, wings beating out a warning that sent a chill through even the sun-warmed stones. Li Wei, the emperor's trusted advisor, squinted up at the crane's erratic spirals and sudden dives, trying to decode the impossible, a message encoded in flight patterns more cryptic than a riddle wrapped in a fortune cookie. The air smelt faintly of incense and fear, a thick anticipation hanging like a storm about to break over the land, signaling more than just an ominous bird. It whispered famine and unrest in the Empire's veins. Far to the south, where the Empire's lush jungles throbbed with the scent of damp earth and wild jasmine, Aravind sat quietly, studying the magnificent peacock preening atop a stone pillar. Its feathers shimmered like stained glass in the midday sun, each iridescent eye a mirror to prophecy long forgotten. Aravind's task was no less puzzling. The peacock's sudden cackles and slow, deliberate struts seemed to form a secret code, a layered myth that paralleled the crane's portent from Li Wei's distant palace. Between the squawks and feathered flourishes, the sense grew that these were not random signs, but threads weaving a narrative that bridged distant lands and whispered of shared destinies. Li Wei paced the palace hall, the polished wood floor creaking underfoot like the groans of an old empire, his mind spinning faster than the crane's wild spirals. If famine truly loomed, every grain stored, every livestock count mattered. Yet this bird's flight was a riddle wrapped in poetic wings. It was as if the heavens themselves had slid a cryptic note under the palace doors, signed with feathers instead of ink. The court jester, knowing better than most to lower the tone, muttered about the crane's message being the Empire's version of a tweet, short, puzzling, and potentially viral, with consequences. Meanwhile, Aravind knelt in the dense undergrowth, surrounded by buzzing insects and the damp, musty smell of old leaves, piecing together ancient verses that hinted how the peacock's myth was more than a local superstition. It spoke to cycles of abundance and decay, color and silence, glory and ruin, like a divine soap opera where every feathered character played a part across empires. The irony wasn't lost on Aravind. Two separate lands, two distinct birds, yet weaving a common script that even the gods might have chuckled over long nights. His fingers traced faded ink, imagining both realms caught in a suspenseful dance choreographed by nature and narrated by animals. When Li Wei and Aravind finally exchanged their findings, the room buzzed with the hum of realization and reluctant respect. Their empires, they saw, were mirrors reflected in animal myth and omen. The crane's erratic flight and the peacock's polished display weren't just warnings. They were the hinges on which the fate of nations turned. Like a cliffhanger in an ancient Netflix saga, their shared legends hinted that survival depended not on brute strength or armies, but on understanding the delicate balance whispered by these winged prophets. In that moment, the dusty scrolls and regal halls faded away, leaving only the timeless message that animals had always been the Empire's strange, cryptic storytellers, And maybe, just maybe, the key to their salvation. The grand ceremony unfolded beneath a sapphire sky, the palace courtyard humming with anticipation, and the scent of incense thick enough to drown a dragon. Emperor Geojing stood by the shimmering lake, clutching the gleaming golden dragon statue, whose scales caught the sunlight like molten fire. With a dramatic flourish, he released the dragon into the water, its serpentine form seeming to ripple and come alive as it slid beneath the glossy surface. Cheers erupted, until a heavy splash shattered the harmony, drawing gasps and the sudden, sharp clatter of bronze striking stone. From the opposite bank, Aravin's delegation had unveiled a colossal bronze elephant statue, its weighty tusks and thunderous presence making it clear this was no mere decoration. It was a challenge set in metal and might. The moment the golden dragon met the bronze elephant, the lake roiled like a boiling cauldron, waves clashing Clodotusk, as if Godzilla and Dumbo had been thrown into the same kiddie pool. Spectators scattered, shrieking as the water tossed spray into the air. The smell of wet bronze mingled oddly with the tang of incense and sweat. Somewhere in the chaos, a courtier muttered, "I didn't know diplomacy involved so much aquatic wrestling." The emperor's face paled, while Aravin's narrowed in steely resolve, each side fearing that this symbolic showdown might ignite centuries-old rivalries. What was meant to be a display of peace had twisted into a tempest threatening to shatter fragile alliances. In the thick of this mess, Li Wei and Aravind locked eyes, two men caught between tradition and disaster. Realizing that the spirits of their ancestors had been stirred into a furious tantrum, they knew it was time to act fast before this symbolic scuffle spiraled into actual war. Li Wei approached with a calm born of years, studying ancient lore, pulling from his robes a fan carved from dragon bone, humming softly with residual fire energy. Meanwhile, Aravind lifted a hefty shield embossed with the elephant's emblem, flexing muscles that had faced real battles, not just diplomatic ones. Their challenge was clear: to blend dragon's fire and elephant's strength in a ritual that could soothe the restless forces unleashed by the clashing statues. With a shared nod, Li Wei waved his dragonbone fan, releasing a flicker of warm, flickering flames that danced over the water, boiling the surface into translucent steam. Aravind hefted his shield, striking the water to produce sonorous, grounding beats that vibrated deep into the earth, calming ripples and dampening the fiery anger. The crowd hushed, watching as smoke curled alongside steady drumbeats that seemed to pacify the spirits embodied in bronze and gold. The air grew dense with tension, then slowly softened, like a storm sighing into a disappointed grumble. Birds resumed their chatter. The incense smoke swirled upwards, now carrying a scent of peace instead of conflict. When the dust settled, both the dragon and the elephant statues floated serenely, their opposing forces no longer at war, but in a delicate dance of balance, fire licking bronze, strength anchoring flame. Li Wei and Aravind exchanged wry smiles, a silent admission that sometimes diplomacy was less about grand speeches and more about literally putting out fire with heavy metal. Emperor Geojing, cheeks still flushed, offered a shaky bow, while Aravind grinned, saying, "Next time, maybe we just stick to exchanging gifts, not giants." The crowd burst into laughter, the shared relief palpable as ancient symbols reminded everyone that unity, however complicated and messy, was always the mightier force. In the golden light of dawn, the heavy scent of incense curled through the air as artisans from two vast empires gathered under one great tent, their faces a mosaic of anticipation and suspicion. The once feuding cultures, scarred by clashes and thunderous war cries, now leaned toward a fragile peace sparked by an unlikely idea: to weave their stories into a single imperial seal. Imagine a dragon, fierce and serpentine, its scales shimmering like 1,000 emeralds, coiling protective and proud around the mighty elephant, whose slow, steady steps once shook the battlefield like rolling thunder. This was no mere emblem, but a daring pact etched in symbolism, where fire met earth, strength met wisdom, an ancient handshake, if you will, between two giants of history who finally decided to stop the drama and start the dialogue. Hovering above this forced embrace, the crane flapped its elegant wings, slicing the horizon with grace, while the peacock flaunted its iridescent tail feathers in a dazzling spin of vanity and beauty. These birds weren't just pretty faces cluttering the sky. They were messengers of balance, reminders that even in chaos, there's room for harmony and flamboyant style. The air hummed with the soft buzz of bees, a faint whistle of wind through silk banners, and the occasional squawk from a disgruntled messenger pigeon, like the universe was announcing, "Hey, let's try this masterpiece of peace, folks." For those gathered, the new seal was less about politics and more a symbol of shared humanity, an invitation to replace swords with brushstrokes and conquest with cultural exchange. Meanwhile, Li Wei and Aravind, two remarkable men caught in the tides of history, stood at the cusp of a new era, their minds swirling with lessons in patience, power, and, strangely, animal allegories. Their journey was no less epic than the tales they'd heard as boys, except instead of dragons breathing fire or elephants charging drums, they grappled with the messy humans behind those myths, frail, stubborn, and occasionally brilliant as they prepared to return to their homelands. Their minds played over the negotiations, the feasts scented with cardamom and ginger, and the restless nights spent under stars cold enough to make a dragon sneeze. They carried more than scrolls and trinkets. They bore a message that animal symbols, as quirky as they seem, could stitch together the torn fabric of giant empires, turning old grudges into new stories. With each step away from the shared palace, the dusty trails kicked up a dry, familiar earth smell, reminding them that every empire, no matter how grand, eventually boils down to dirt and dreams. Li Wei's fingers traced the edges of the new seal carved into a wooden talisman, feeling the rough grooves that spoke of midnight debates and whispered compromises. Nearby, Aravind chuckled softly, recalling how a jealous courtier once likened the entire seal to a mismatched zoo act. Dragons smoking hookahs, with elephants and peacocks playing the flute. Ridiculous. Yet here they were, a testament to how even the wildest ideas might just survive if you give them a little spit and polish. This patchwork of creatures symbolized something far greater than themselves, a rare balance crafted from contradiction and hope. As they crossed borders back to their distinct worlds, the lessons lingered like the stubborn musk of sandalwood and leather, impossible to ignore, impossible to forget. Li Wei and Aravind understood that sharing stories and symbols wasn't just delicate diplomacy. It was powerful magic that could tame the wildest beasts of human animosity. The dragon and elephant, crane and peacock, weren't just animals carved or painted. They were laughs shared over poor wine, scars healed by time, and grudges dissolved in the smoky haze of peace talks. History would remember the harmony of the beasts as an odd but potent alliance, a reminder that sometimes the wildest marriage of symbols can birth the strongest bonds between empires. And if emperors ever got tired of reality, well, they could always look to this seal and smile, because peace was, after all, the best kind of weird.